Labas rytas, mėlyjeji.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the National Parliamentary Workshop. I thank our guests from the European Forum for Renewable Energy Resources that proposed organizing this workshop in Lithuania. So this is the third time that Euphorus is organizing this event in Lithuania. When we visited Sweden with Romualdas and we got the proposal on discussing renewable energy and its future in Lithuania, our planning and strategies, we were very glad because we can share many things, and in some cases we might even boast and also focus on the problematic issues. Fortunately, Lithuania has drafted and will soon present its energy independence strategy, and I believe that this Euroforest event today is very timely and will be valuable in terms of discussions. Unfortunately, the head of Euphorus was not able to join us due to some personal reasons, but we will have the Secretary General of Euphorus who will be together with us throughout the seminar, and also people from the European Commission to join us online, so we will be able to discuss in a wider sense. Now let me return to some technical issues that I have and that should be noted. So the event is organized in 2 languages, so you can use the language of your preference, or whether English or Lithuanian. You can use your headphones. So since energy language is very difficult in terms of terminology, so this is a challenge for our interpreters, so we ask you not to speed up. The presentations are given 10 minutes so that we can have time for discussions afterwards, and we'll have time for 1 or 2 minutes given for interventions. So our time is very precious. I also want to say that our event is webcast on the Seimas website and on YouTube channel of the Seimas, and the recording will be placed on the internet website. At 12:30 we're going to have a coffee break, and now I would like to give the floor to my colleague Jan, and we will start the welcome addresses and presentations. Jan, the floor is yours.
And before I tell you a little bit more about me, first I want to say thank you to you, Aiste, to the team, for all the speakers and participants today. And also Rasa, thanks a lot for the great cooperation for so many years. And we've just been in Stockholm together in the Swedish Parliament, and that's how the idea for this workshop came up. But for those who don't know us yet, I'm Jan Geis, I'm the Secretary General of Euphorus, and Euphorus is the network of members of Parliament in the European Parliament and the 27 national parliaments to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency. So also in the big idea, the Green Deal. So whenever something is coming from the European Parliament, most of them the decisions are driven by Euphorus MEPs, like our President Kieran Cuff from Ireland. He was the rapporteur for the European Buildings Directive, or our Vice President Niels Fuglsang, who was the rapporteur for the Energy Efficiency Directive, and so on. So it's a long history of Euphorus MEPs who decide things in Brussels, but also we go to all national parliaments with such workshops to discuss on the national level. Also, just to let you know, I'm not here to teach you. This is really on the same level to learn where you are. We tried, and Yolanda from the European Commission is here as well, to give you an update what was decided in Brussels, what is now rolling out to the member states. But in the same time, we want to learn what your situation is as you said, Aiste, about your new energy strategy, the whole political energy and also security situation that we all know about, is really to learn and bring that knowledge back to Brussels and have a good exchange. And you know there's European Parliament elections, so it's anyways a good moment to discuss what would be the next big chapter for the next 5 years. So, okay. And the big background we all know out there, climate change is happening. We had an energy crisis, or are still an energy crisis. Energy is for your forest not only energy, it's a geostrategic question, and you here know that even much better than I do, being a German. So I think this is the topic of the century, to be honest. In environmental reasons, in security reasons, all this is one big thing that should be thought about. So, and today we're here to discuss in the big picture the European Green Deal, the Fit for 55 package, the Renewables Directive, the Efficiency Directive, so everything that is linked to the Green Deal, but not only from environmental reasons, but also as the big chance also to modernize our countries, to change our economies, to create new jobs through all these innovation and new products and services to install and refurbish buildings and so on. So I think that's the big framework to do today. But it's not about me to speak a lot. Aiste is moderating. I'm sometimes jumping in to present our Brussels speakers. But I would like to give the floor now to Aiste to well, invite the first speakers.
Ačiū Janai, tai aš tikrai.
Thank you, Jan. I'm very glad that today, before starting to work very seriously, we will hear the welcome address by the Deputy Seimas of the Seimas Radvilė Morkūnaitė Mikulėnienė, Chair of the Committee on European Affairs of our Parliament. Thank you, Asta, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I will speak Lithuanian since we have interpretation. This is a very important topic, and the discussions are very important and timely, and actions are also needed. But when we speak about Green Deal and climate policies, the topic of renewables is easiest. I might say this is not agriculture, transport emissions, or other things that in society become a polarizing issue or topic. But when we speak about the renewable energy and Russia's war against Ukraine as a context, we are forced to accelerate moving towards this direction, not only in terms of EU policy, and I'm also proud of my own country. We have always voiced the need and advocated for clearer possibilities to work for strong energy independence, and this is also related to renewable energy. Undoubtedly, in recent 3 years of this government, we can see a huge leap forward, and I think that the speakers will present the concrete figures and explain the implementation. But if you travel through Lithuania, I don't know whether it is your first time in Lithuania, you could see a different view compared to what was happening 5 years ago. We can see dramatic increase of numbers of remote power plants or solar panels, and visually this change can be seen. So this is the ambitious goal of Lithuania, and we're moving forward fast towards the production of electricity from renewables. This is a very important task for us in this vulnerable geopolitical and geographic situation. Actually, we have no other way out. So here we see great support from the European Union. In the pre-pandemic period, we saw certain fatigue in terms of agenda and topics, but I believe that clearer breakthroughs in one or another area within the European Union was lacking. And the pandemic allowed the European Union and the political leadership as well as the public to understand that the European Union is a strong organization, and by fighting the challenges together, we can be successful. So the reconstruction fund and other priorities on green transformation and digitalization as the first priority is very important. And we take great advantage of that, and the joint action plan adopted during the pandemic opened the window for addressing the issues that we failed to address in the past. With the Reconstruction and Resilience Facility, the European Union showed its resolution and resilience. Our task is to help Ukraine win the war and to continue our contributions to withstand the challenges that we sometimes meet. Certainly, we need to be sensitive, and the upcoming European elections we can see a different rhetoric on the political margins within the European Union, claiming that there is a war now and we should not address the issues of energy and climate change. Therefore, we have to think of important things to defend we have to think in a more wider perspective. I'm very glad that this event is being organized in Lithuania. I hope it will be useful, informative, and productive, and I hope that I will be able to follow it to the end. Thank you, Radvire. I will say that the European Parliament, together with Ursula von der Leyen, has drawn the direction of the Green Deal, opening the window of opportunity for environmental projects and renewable energy. And I'm very glad that we are successful in taking advantage of those opportunities. And due to the situation in Ukraine, the Green Deal has been changing towards the security issues. Thank you very much, Radvile. And now we start our discussions or the presentation part. And I'm very glad that the first presentation will be made by Deputy Minister of Energy, Daiva Garbaliauskaitė. She will speak on government plans and the energy transition in Lithuania, the National Energy and Climate Plan, the update of National Energy Independence Strategy. This strategy was presented by Dainius Kreivys in the Parliament. It will be further considered, and I hope that we will be able to adopt it and set the plans for the future that will be ambitious. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Seimas, and dear guests.
This event is both held in English and Lithuanian for your convenience and wider understanding. I have my slides in English, and I will present them in Lithuanian. I hope this works well for everyone.
Today I will speak about the government plans related to energy transformation in Lithuania. So first of all, the National Energy Independence Strategy that sets our ambitions by 2050. The climate plan that will be presented to the European Commission sets concrete measures and financial needs by 2030 in order to ensure the necessary trajectory. This plan is very important in order to maintain the strategic direction, and it is in line with the National Energy Independence Strategy. It is important not only for the energy, but it is an important project for the entire country. We are facing a huge challenge to move to climate neutral resources, and we plan that electricity will be the main energy resource. Therefore, our energy production, generation and transmission will change. So this is a possibility to do away with the fossil fuel and become independent in the energy term and become energy exporter. In 30 years of independence, we are pursuing consistent energy policies and implemented energy projects. The understanding helped us to become the first EU member state to do away without the import from Russia. So we are on our path towards full independence and decarbonization of the sector. Unfortunately, we still have the challenges in our sector. We're still dependent on electricity import. About 60% of electricity need is being imported. This percentage will be further decreased, but the path towards 0% of import is difficult. The Green Deal implementation is also a challenge. We need to generate all the necessary electricity and increase its consumption. As we clearly see the challenges ahead of us, we have clear objectives by 2050. So first of all, we have to be fully independent in terms of energy. In 2030, we seek to produce all and generate all necessary electricity. All our energy infrastructure needs to be safe in all points of view, from cyber and physical threats, including balancing and transmission security. The energy needs to be climate neutral, and we need to achieve the generation capacities in order to promote the development of new industries. We also need to ensure that energy transformation would reach all consumers. We started the preparation works several years ago together with different companies. So we made studies. We seek to evaluate in detail our possible transformation, and for that we have the simulation of the LT100. As we see the newest changes in the energy sector and national plans, we can foresee that part of Europe will have the surplus of renewable energy and other countries will have the deficit of renewables. As we do away with the fossil fuel, countries of Central Europe will become energy important due to the limited potential of renewables and a large need of electricity. Countries to the west and the north will have a potential surplus of renewable energy. Therefore, we can look for synergies and plan import possibilities. In our strategy, we evaluated the energy potential not only in Lithuania but also in other Baltic states. In the offshore wind, the potential is 25.5 gigawatts and 18 gigawatts on the offshore wind. The production capacity of hydrogen derivative products could make up 10 gigawatts. In line with the necessary changes, in 2023, the ministry has undergone several studies and modeling. According to the conclusions of Lithuanian and foreign experts, different scenarios of changes have been made. Out of the 3 long-term energy change scenarios, an integrated scenario has been prepared which matched the generation and production and consumption potentials. It is forecasted that in 2050, Lithuania will produce 74 terawatt hours of electricity. The main resource will be wind. It will produce about 47 of terawatt hours per year. 9.5 terawatt hours will be produced in solar plants and 19 terawatt hours will be produced in remote nuclear power plants. The greatest shift will be in hydrogen electrolysis that can use and consume 35 terawatt hours. A greater growth can be seen in transport and industry sectors. When speaking in detail about the year 2030, which is drawing nearer, we can see these objectives. But construct offshore and offshore wind of 5.9 gigawatt hours, 1.1 gigawatt hours of solar capacities, and 1.1 gigawatts of battery parks. We could also have the first electrolysis facilities producing 1.3 gigawatts. Electricity connection to Poland should be constructed and electricity transmission should be more flexible and use uneven electricity changes. With the implementation of these projects, we could start exporting the first hydrogen. In terms of 2050, the potential offshore and onshore wind should seek 14.5 gigawatts. Potential solar capacity would reach 9.0 gigawatts. With 1.5% of modular reactors and 8.5 gigawatts of electrolysis devices. Lithuania will develop CO2 collection and storage facilities used for hydrogen-derived products production. And these could be produced in the amount of 9 terawatt-hours, and some of them could be used for export. In the Baltic Sea, energy center could be established to use the offshore wind of Lithuania and Estonia. And the feasibility study of that is being made currently. So speaking about the offshore wind, the development of offshore wind should not stop with the first farms and should be further continued. By 2040, we want to double the generation capacity, and by 2050 to maximally use the Lithuania's potential here and have 4.5 gigawatts of capacity in terms of wind farms. By 2030, we seek to have 4.5 gigawatts of onshore wind, and solar power plants should generate 4.1 gigawatts hours. Onshore wind farms would generate 6.5 gigawatts by 2040, and solar power plants would generate 7 gigawatts of energy. Speaking about hydrogen, there are plans to develop a hydrogen industry. By 2050, we should have 8.5 gigawatts of green hydrogen produced from installed electrolysis. We also have to develop the capacities of hydrogen derivatives, methanol, ammonia, synthetic hydrogen, and others. The maximum potential of hydrogen derivatives in Lithuania is around 12 terawatt hours. We will discuss the possibilities of installing modern nuclear energy of the fourth generation. They should have a different level security systems and would ensure flexible generation in pair with the renewables. We seek to analyze the market by 2028 before the decisions. And the decisions will, the discussions will start after the strategy is approved in the parliament. We will also promote prosumers and active consumers in Lithuania. By 2030, we seek to have 300,000 of prosumers and active consumers. The number of prosumers in Lithuania, fortunately, is growing steadily, and now we have over 100,000. By 2030, Lithuania seeks to reduce the consumption of primary energy and the final energy consumption to 51 terawatt hours. In order to achieve this, we need to save about 1.2% of final energy consumption. In order to decarbonize Lithuanian energy and the entire economy, we are facing a great challenge. However, if we implement the measures by 2050, we can maximally reduce CO2 emissions. The greatest reductions are foreseen in the areas of transport, industry, and households. As we implement all these changes in the energy sector in 2050, we could create 100,000 new jobs, including indirect effect on jobs. The benefit for Lithuania's economy would seek 6.3 billion euros, and that would mean 11% of Lithuania's GDP growth. Additional benefits could also be seen due to the reduction or zero expenses on energy imports. We spend 6 billion euro per year on energy export, and potentially by 2050 we would have a completely opposite situation where we could earn from energy export. So how Lithuania would look in 2050, a country that fully provides oneself with green energy at an affordable price and exports it. In 2050, Lithuania will generate all the energy it needs, but will also be a great exporter in the region. Thank you for your attention. I finish my brief presentation and we will be able to discuss it further on. Thank you.
Take over again briefly because we are switching our heads now to the screens because we have European Commission with us. And we have Yolanda Garcia Mezquita. Hola, ¿qué tal? She's head of unit in the relations with the member states and the energy community in DG Energy of the European Commission. So, and Yolanda, you will have now the big challenge to explain to us the whole Green Deal, all parts, and what should be done in the next years. Yolanda, the screens are yours. You have to unmute still. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much first for the invitation to this important workshop and very pertinent. Thank you as well, Madam Chair, for the invitation, and thanks, of course, Jan, for this opportunity. So it's a pleasure to be here and to explain what we are doing in the European Commission in the last 2 years and to put the focus, of course, in the European Green Deal. I have a short presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it works.
Good, excellent. Thanks a lot. So I will move to the European Green Deal. So it's, of course, this is the direction of travel. Completely, we know what is where we go. And of course, the direction of travel is very clear to decarbonize our economies by 2050, as the previous speakers very well presented. And thank you very much, because it's a pleasure to listen how Lithuania is making progress towards 2050 in the decarbonization with the deployment of renewables and energy efficiency. So really, thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for the very good presentation and explanation. So I put again the focus in the European Green Deal, the decarbonization, so the European Union to be by 2050 the first continental climate neutral. And this is not only in terms of reduced greenhouse gas emission, it's also to prove that we are able to reduce our emissions at the same time that we are able to grow in Europe. And I think this is important. From 2008-2021, the GDP decreased 20%, when at the same time we were able to increase more than 9% our growth in Europe. And I think this is extremely important. To reach 2050 is still a long time, so we need to have a targets, intermediate targets. The first intermediate target is 2030, which is basically tomorrow, where we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions at least 55%. Compared to the levels of 1990. And this is not only best wishes, this is climate law. So all the countries are committed to decarbonize at least 55% by 2050. But also, we are looking now to 2040. That's the reason that the European Commission published in February what is called Climate Target 2040, where we look at the possibility to decarbonize at least 90% by 2040. In this way, it will be easier to reach 2050 carbon neutrality. So this is what we have in front of us, and this is the direction clearly of travel. In order to decarbonize the 55% by 2030, the Parliament and the Council put forward, and they have already agreed on a package of legislative proposal that was put by the European Commission in July 2021. So it's called the Fit for 55 package. And you see on the screen what are the energy-related initiatives that have been discussed. And thanks to the Parliament and the Council, the agreement has been reached. And now some of them are already published in the official journal, and others will be quite soon, still under this Parliament and Commission before the elections. So as Jan mentioned at the very beginning, important effort to amend the existing legislative framework in order to deploy more renewables, integrate renewables into our system, more energy efficiency, which is essential in order to decarbonize. So we need to enhance energy efficiency at all levels, in all elements of our economies, from buildings, of course, transport, production of electricity. This is essential. And energy performance of buildings directive is crucial as well to reach our targets by 2030. And of course, we need to look at gases in a different way. We need to decarbonize our gas system, and we need to enhance the penetration of renewable gases, as the Deputy Minister mentioned for Lithuania. We need to deploy hydrogen. We need to deploy biomethane, biogas. In this way, we'll be able to use energy, but in a different way, and of course, completely in a clean path to reach the decarbonization. We were in this direction of travel with the Fit for 55 under negotiation when in February something happened that all know. There was the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and this changed completely our not landscape, because we were all the time clear about the direction of travel is the decarbonization of our economy. So deployment of renewables, energy efficiency was at the heart of the European Green Deal. But of course, we realize how important it is to be autonomous, let's say strategic autonomy in the energy sector. Why? Because Russia at that time in 2021 was the major energy supplier to the EU, in particular gas, but also in oil and coal. And in gas, we realized that was really a big issue, because more than 45% of the gas that at that time was consumed in the European Union was coming from Russia. So with this in mind, the Prime Minister and Head of States in Versailles in March 2022, so exactly during the French presidency, agreed that we in Europe, we need to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. And to reduce the dependency by 2030, and if possible by 2027, we already knew the solution is to accelerate the green transition, to accelerate whatever we were at this time discussing in terms of more deployment of renewables, more energy efficiency. So this was traduced in what we call REPowerEU plan that was proposed and was tabled by the Commission in May 2022. And just 3 key pillars that you can see on the slide. Simple, reduce. We need to reduce our energy saving and energy efficiency. We need to renew. We need to deploy and accelerate our investments in renewables, and we need to replace. We need to diversify our energy supplies. So this is what we have done in the last 2 years in order to address the important consequences that the invasion of Ukraine by Russia brought to the European Union, which was an enormous energy crisis that we have not seen before, was unprecedented in terms of impact on security of supply, and in particular impact on energy crisis. All countries in Europe were affected for energy prices that we never had seen before during these, let's say, years, with prices that were really skyrocketing in gas and has immediately impact in electricity, and of course had an important repercussions in the inflation in Europe, and of course in the competitiveness of the European companies, and of course, without mention, the important impact on households and important impact on what we can say energy poverty in Europe. So we realize how important is the situation in order to address the energy crisis and this unprecedented situation. What has been done? Since then, we put in place a voluntary reduction of the demand of gas with a target of 15%. This target has been achieved, and much more than this. Altogether in the European Union, we were able to save natural gas, or reduce our gas demand by 18% since the period of August 2022, January 2024, compared to the previous period, 2017-2021, which is extraordinary measure in order to reduce the tension in the markets and, of course, to reduce the prices and to address this important energy security problem associated to the invasion of Ukraine, as I say, to this geopolitical weaponization of gas by Russia. In terms of volume of gas saving is more than 107 BCM, which is an important achievement. I want to highlight that Lithuania is one of the countries that has reduced much more beyond this 15%, or 80% on average. So Lithuania reduced its consumption around 31% between August and January 2024, August 2022. So it's a good example how we were able to address in a joint effort this situation with one of the two, energy efficiency. But important as well to highlight that during the negotiation of the Fit for 55, we realized that we need to be more ambitious in the target of renewables and energy efficiency. That's the reason that the Renewable Energy Directive was amended in this way, and the target to have renewables in the energy mix that was proposed in July 2021, this 40%, was proposed to increase up to 45%. In March 2023, the co-legislators, the Parliament and the Council, reached an agreement with this 42.5%. This is the target to achieve by 2030. It's not 45%, with 45% remains as the best intention if this is possible to reach by the member states. So 42.5 is mandatory, but the intention is to reach 45%, and of course is higher that was initially proposed by the Commission with this 40%. Exactly the same with Energy Efficiency Directive. We realized in May, when REPowerEU was adopted, that the target that was proposed in July 2021 was insufficient. That's the reason that we proposed 13%, instead 90%, and finally what co-legislators agree is 11.7% in terms of savings by 2030 compared to the reference scenario 2020. So this is a very important signal in terms of what is the direction of travel, how to reach the carbon neutrality and the targets by 2030 with concrete measures that they are going to make this possible in the member states. So I move quickly to what happened in these 2 years. The crisis has bring as well, as we'll say, important benefits, because we realize how important it is to be independent, and to be energy independent is or goes in the direction to deploy more renewables and to be energy efficiency, as we have seen. In terms of renewables, we have installed in 2023 73 gigawatts more of renewable capacity, which represents around 13 BCM of gas saved. This 73 is basically 17 gigawatts of new wind and 56 gigawatts of new solar in the European Union. This represents around 80% increase compared to the previous year, 2022. And we have a very good prospects for 2024 to install more than 62 gigawatts of solar and more than 16 gigawatts of wind by 2024. So I think this is a very important trajectory, very positive in the deployment of renewables. And of course, the renewables are more and more relevant in the production of electricity. So you see as well that the renewables, the share of renewables in electricity was 45% in 2023 compared to 39% in 2022. So clearly we are in the right direction. I want to make clear as well, because Deputy Minister mentioned the progress that Lithuania has done, because it's as well something that I think is important to highlight, the efforts that Lithuania has done to produce more onshore wind in 2023. So around 60% more green electricity that Lithuania produced in 2022. So this is clearly contributing to the energy independence of the country, and exactly the same with the imports coming from other countries to Lithuania that were in 2022 around 2/3 of the electricity consumed came from the neighbors, and now this has decreased and is around 50% in 2023, which is an incredible achievement, and we need to acknowledge the progress done by Lithuania. I want to mention briefly as well, one element that was very important during the crisis was to increase the gas in underground storages. And this was important because it's as well, in terms of preparations ahead of winter, to have full storages also reduce the tensions in the market. And we have seen that today this measure has been very effective. Today we have our storages in Europe around 59% full, and we are finalizing winter. We are now in the injection injection season. Means for winter 2024-2025, we are very well prepared, and this is positive in terms to really again reduce the tensions in the market in terms of prices and to have really increase our energy security in Europe. I want to highlight as well the important elements of diversification of supplies. This is as well common sense, not to put all the eggs in one basket. We have done it gradually in Europe after the invasion of Ukraine. Russia was the major gas supplier in 2021, but it's not the case today. So the percentage of Russian gas suppliers in the EU was 45% in 2021. Today, the representation of Russian gas is 15% in 2023 and continues decreasing in 2024. So this is a great as well achievement that has been compensated in particular with LNG coming from different sources in the world. And Lithuania is a good example as well, because the LNG terminal, you bring gas from different sources, and you were one of the countries that decided to stop completely the imports from Russian early in April 2022. So this is a really good as well achievement in terms of increase your energy security. I want to highlight, because it happened this week, this Baltic Sea high-level energy security, which was an important conference in order to show how you can cooperate regionally and how joining forces is a way to facilitate the accelerate of the green transition. This is the direction of travel as well. To cooperate with the neighbors is essential in this great achievement or great challenge that we have in front of us, which is the decarbonization of our economies, keeping at the same time affordable prices for consumers. I want to move quickly. Aggregate EU is another instrument that was put in place in the European Union in the last months, just to put together pool demand, pool offers in a way to, again, join forces and to cooperate against this big challenge was put by we did it quite well in 2023, so we are satisfied with this instrument that has proved to be very efficient. And now we are looking forward to really produce or to aggregate hydrogen, and looking as well critical raw materials, which is another important challenge for the European Union. To produce the clean technologies of the future require certain raw materials like lithium, cobalt. So we need to avoid a high dependency on third countries based on the lesson learned on Russia, on gas and fossil fuels in general. So I'm going to move quickly. We put in place in the European Union the Recovery and Resilience Facility in order to address the crisis of COVID, but with a clear commitment to use this instrument in order to facilitate the green transition, to accelerate the green transition in Europe. In total, more than 700 billions were available to the member states, half of it in grants, so non-repayable funds, in order to accelerate the transition, because at least 37% should go to investments and reforms that they are going to accelerate our transition, either via deployment of renewables, either energy efficiency measures. You have, as in the pipe, what is the situation? More than 275 billion will go to support the green transition in Europe. And 50% of these green investments will go to support energy efficiency, renewable, and networks. Without networks, we are not able to integrate the renewables into the system. So this is an important component to consider as well. You have an illustration of the money in the different measures, just to highlight energy efficiency measures, in particular building renovation in public and private buildings, are going to allocate, or will go, the money, more than 100 billion in energy efficiency and around 60 billion on renewable energy and networks. So the countries are going to implement recovery and resilience plans, but this is in an aggregate way the money that is going to facilitate the green transition towards the green transition in our countries. Lithuanian Recovery and Resilience Plan. Lithuania is going to receive in the RRP and in the REPowerEU chapter more than almost 4 billion in reforms and investments, and 37% will go to support climate objectives. So this is a good example to highlight, with key measures that they are going to facilitate the construction of onshore renewables plants, and the Deputy Minister mentioned solar, but also renovation of multi-apartment buildings, but also to help to prepare a study to facilitate as well and the energy system to the energy transition in Lithuania. So this is a concrete example how EU money can stimulate investments and reforms towards the key areas that we are discussing today. Of course, this is insufficient for the magnitude of the challenge, but at least is given a direction of travel and gives certainty about what are the measures that we need in Europe. I'm going to finalize what are the perspectives in the EU energy policy. So for 2024 and beyond, of course, European industrial competitiveness is a key element in Europe. So and important as well to implement all the legislation that has been adopted in 2023. So what has been adopted by the Parliament and by the Council, now it needs to be implemented, the Fit for 55 package. So this is an effort that all we need to do in this year 2024. The Deputy Minister also mentioned the National Energy and Climate Plans. Now we are in the phase to finalize the plans after the draft were submitted in June 2023. This is an important strategic to indicate how the countries are going to put policies and measures in order to achieve the 2030 targets in greenhouse gas emissions, in renewable targets, energy efficiency targets. So we need to be credible, consistent with the measures that we put in the different sectors of our economy, in buildings, in electricity, in decarbonization on transport, how to integrate the electricity, the renewable electricity into the grids, how we are going to decarbonize our buildings. It should be clearly explained in the National Energy and Climate Plans, because this is crucial in order to achieve the targets by 2030 and to prepare the ground by 2040. The Commission published in the last months of 2023 two important action plans. One in EU wind power, precisely as the Deputy Minister mentioned in Lithuania, to promote, to deploy the capacity that Europe has in wind, an EU action plan for grids in order to facilitate as well, stimulate private investments needed in order to deploy the grids. Without grids, we are not able to integrate the renewables that we are producing locally regionally, and of course the interconnections with cross-border interconnection are crucial. So we need to keep in mind that an integrated vision is needed in order to deploy and in order to address the challenge. I want to finalize only with these slides to put the focus in industrial plan of the Green Deal. So the future is now present is to deploy clean technologies, what we call Net Zero Industry Act and the Critical Raw Materials Act are crucial in order to deploy the technologies that we need for the future. And this is important because we need to develop industrial in Europe, our industrial capacity in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill, in terms of growth and employment should remain in Europe. So we need to reinforce our strategic autonomy thanks to the industrial competitiveness. So I think this is an important element to highlight. Innovation is crucial, but also skills. We need to really prepare the future generation with skills that they are completely fit with the needs of the clean technologies that we need for the future. So technology and capacity, skills capacity is crucial in order to ensure or in order to achieve the targets that we have in front of us.
Yolanda, could you wrap up in a minute?
This is exactly the last slide, just to recall the national energy and climate plans. The Commission has prepared an assessment based on the draft received in June last year, and the assessment was produced in December 2023. We identify a gap in terms of emission in renewables and energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions. So now, for the final plans to be submitted in June 2024, we are asking the countries to be more ambitious in terms of renewables and energy efficiency. Otherwise, we are not able to achieve the collective target that we have in the Energy Efficiency Directive and in the Renewable Directive. And with this, I stop and I will thank you again for your attention, and I remain at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Lovely, Yolanda. Thanks a lot, and hand over back.
Ačiū Jolandai.
Thank you, Yolanda, for a very important presentation, for regressive view and perspective. And since we co-chair this discussion with Jan, we have some challenges of time control and time management. We have Rokas Masiulis here with us. He has come on time and he has informed that he will be able to stay only for the time for his presentation. So we excuse the previous speakers and we will change our agenda a bit in order to give the possibility for Rokas Masiulis to make his presentation. Rokas Masiulis, your presentation will be made now. Please, can you change the seat in order to be able to show the slides of your presentation? For future time management, let us agree so we stick to 10 minutes time requirement because we will not be able to finish on time and we will have to move the discussion to the coffee break.
Ačiū Jums labai.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to speak both languages. What is the most convenient way for you? Should I speak Lithuanian or English? Good morning. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak now. I'm glad to be here, but our board is having a meeting, so I have to participate there. Otherwise, I will be penalized for that, for the lack to attend. So I thank you very much for the possibility. I have 10 minutes. Yes, that's right. Lithuania can be a good example in analyzing the renewable sector and its development, and we've managed to achieve many things compared to other countries. Partly this is because we were forced to do this. We had no other choice. After 2009, when Lithuania decommissioned the only nuclear power plant and our plan to construct a new power plant failed, we did not have many other options. So we put all our efforts into the development of renewables. A Russian war against Ukraine has strengthened this tendency even further, and it seems that it has helped us, and all those difficult challenges and external problems made us concentrate. Our legislative framework was modified in order to maximize the conditions for the development of renewables. Distances to settlements in terms of wind parks was changed, and also agricultural land used for solar panels, licensing, acceleration of licensing was made. In the Litgrid, we have made an extra step, and we were the first in Europe. I haven't heard other countries take the same path. We allowed the connection into our lines of 200%. If we have a line of 100 megawatts, and we have 100 megawatts wind power, we also allow additional 100 megawatts of solar edge energy and the storage capacity. And our unique geographical position helped us in that, because solar and wind energy is complementary, so we have either wind or sun. And only 5% is the coincidence of wind and sun in Lithuania. We have taken this brave step, and it has accelerated the development of renewables considerably. Yesterday we had a wonderful day, and we exported during the largest part of the day to Sweden, the country that we used to import energy from. I think that we should soon become exporter rather than importer. As a system operator, we are looking a step ahead of us, and the grid conjunction has to be changed and transform, and we need to build our capacities towards other countries. We're working with Latvia on that. We have our plans on increasing the transfer to Latvia, and we're also planning to work with Poland, and in the long term, we also plan the cable connection to Germany. So these plans have already been made, and we are discussing with Latvia, Germany, and Poland, because we see that we need to see and prepare the plans for energy export, so that our producers are competitive. In terms of the figures, we plan are the following. Our plans are the following, so that you can imagine the situation in Lithuania. Our maximum load is 2.4 gigawatts. So all these figures are presented in megawatts. So if we see that at the end of 20 23, we had 2,300 of installed capacities. So this is the maximum load for this year. For the end of this year, we plan to have 3,811 megawatts of renewable energy capacity. 2025, 2026 it will be the years of the breakthrough for our renewables. And I'm very glad to see these big numbers. We also follow our neighbors on that, and we see the tendency in other countries, in Latvia and Estonia, and in Lithuania. This curve and development tendency is much better. Yes, Lithuania is a larger consumer. We have greater connections with other countries, but in terms of legislative base and legislative amendments made, they helped renewable energy producers to feel safer. I think that we managed quite successfully here. Yes, we felt most stressful because, for example, Latvia has hydro generation capacities. Estonia had shale, so British made their oil explorations in Saudi Arabia, so we plan to be Saudi Arabia in terms of electricity. And luckily, we will be able to strengthen our position and become the exporting rather than importing country. I will give you some statistics how it is distributed among sun, solar and wind energy. Well, this is mostly 50 to 50% distribution because Lithuania is a very favorable country in terms of solar and wind energy. We had 13,000 megawatts previously, and we can see this distribution of wind and solar energy. The lower level is the lit grid development, and the upper part is the solar panels on the roofs of houses. So we can see the unprecedented part of input in our energy security. So all the programs give benefit and strengthen our system. If we look at the wind power is a high voltage grid. This is a lit grid, including the offshore 700 megawatts wind farm. And this number is on the increase into the future. Another part that is that can be seen clearly is the conservation capacity reservations. We have the so-called beta cycles. In the fourth beta cycle, we have seen a wish to construct 1,200 of reservation facilities. Some other cycles are ahead of us. Renewables are not very stable, therefore we have to ensure storage capacities here. We can store the surplus energy in Kruonis, and if we add battery storage here, we can achieve real numbers. In Latvia and Estonia, the tendencies are very similar. Storage facilities are being constructed, they have become cheaper due to the fact that electric vehicles plants have not given the desired result. If we move forward on this path and construct storage facilities, we can become the energy exporting countries and be the role model in terms of our legislation and efforts that were really very fast and very courageous. Solar energy production has been revived, though there were some talks that it is not beneficial. And there were only two projects that used the possibility of opting out from this solar project. So I believe that we are on a very positive path here. That brings me to the end. Thank you for this brief but very extensive presentation. And now let's move to our agenda, and Romualdas Vaitkus, my colleague, should be the next presenter. My colleague, member of the Committee on Environment Protection and the Commission for Energy and Sustainable Development. He is elected in a constituency in Tauragė, and he has a lot to speak about Tauragė municipality.
Labadiena konferencijos dalyviai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to see Mr. Niels. When we spoke with Aiste Rasa in Stockholm of organizing a conference on energy in Lithuania, we did so, and I'm very glad about that. I would like to present the renewable energy and examples of energy efficiency improvement in a rather small municipality on the west of Lithuania with 35,000 inhabitants, and 35% of the territory is covered in forests. And this is one of the most densely forest-covered municipalities in Lithuania. It is important to speak holistically when we discuss energy and energy efficiency improvement. Today we speak sustainable mobility, education, awareness raising. The indicators in energy efficiency that Tauragė achieved is hardly possible without education, awareness of the public, and sustainable mobility, and the efforts of all. Our municipality has set a very ambitious goal to have clean energy by 2025 and become a CO2 neutral municipality. In Lithuania, the situation is diverse in different municipalities, ranging from 11 to 80%. And in Tauragė, we have 77% 50% of renewables in our energy generation. We planned to achieve 100 by 2030. If one municipality can achieve this, other municipalities can also follow suit, as well as the entire Lithuania. So this is a very good example that we should follow. In order to become the greenest municipality in Lithuania, the strategic plan of Tauragė municipality for 2021-2030 set out priority directions for the implementation of these objectives. In addition to focusing on the infrastructure, the strategic plan also focuses on business and society at large and on education of community spirit. As I have told you, the holistic approach has helped us to achieve the results we have in Tauragė. It is very important to have the continuity when we have a new mayor, and he should have the same vision to that of the previous mayor. And fortunately, the new mayor in Tauragė ensured the continuity, and because he had the same vision as the previous measure. And such results differ in different municipalities. The electricity sector of Tauragė district is characterized by significant development and use of renewable energy resources. In Tauragė district municipality, electricity is produced in wind, solar, hydroelectric, and cogeneration plants. The growth of wind power plants with a total installed capacity of 50.29 megawatts can be seen in particular. There is also a significant increase in solar power plants with a total installed capacity of 924.65 megawatts. Households are responsible for the highest electricity consumption, accounting for 39%, while industry and business consume around 20.5%. The greatest wind park. We will have other great wind farms. Our wind parks is also being developed, and the number of wind plants is increasing. Roofs of different public institutions have solar panels, and part of electricity is purchased from remote solar parks. And we also have a 1.1 megawatt solar power plant within the Tauragė town. The district of Tauragė currently produces heat in 5 heating units. The total installed capacity is 86.45 megawatts. It provides heat for 16.42% of the total area of Tauragė district municipality. The main the total energy consumption is 1,260 tons. The population that are given assistance for heating boilers receive additional 10% to the national assistance, and this is also a very beautiful contribution, and the population are very happy to use it. We also have changes of town lighting and smart lighting solutions were chosen, and we saved energy in this area too. Projects for electric vehicle charging stations, including fast and medium charging stations, have been implemented in the Tauragė district in order to promote the use of electric vehicles and reduce the consumption of petroleum products in the transport sector. By 2030, the total installed capacity of electric vehicles is planned to be about 4.1 megawatts. In Tauragė, we have 28 charging stations. This is an important number, and charging is free of charge. This is a very good example, and we plan to have 144 access points for charging electric vehicles in Tauragė. We have good engineers in Tauragė that maintain and repair electric vehicles, and there are many residents who use electric vehicles. We also have smart storages for bicycles, and they can be used by mobile phone applications. And we also renew bicycle paths. By 2030, we plan to have 40 kilometers of bicycle paths. I want also to show the change in the cycling infrastructure. In the city, the total length of bicycle paths has grown from 4 to 19 kilometers. Positive changes have also been made in rural areas where the length of bicycle paths has increased from 3 to 11 kilometers. In addition to building infrastructure, Tauragė also focuses on education and awareness raising. We have to motivate the population in terms of the Green Deal. We have people who are very skeptic about that and do not believe in the Green Deal path. But so far, we managed to convince the population, and we see many more optimists compared to the pessimists. In addition to that, we focus on STEAM activities. We have a center with a laboratory for renewable energy, and we have energy education curriculum in schools for students in 7 to 11 grades. Education leads to changes. Therefore, we hope that skills and knowledge will help to reduce energy consumption. Very often we hear that there is a lack of specialists in areas of engineering, energy, heating sector, and I believe that STEAM lab can help in this area, and it will help to solve the problem. In cooperation with the Ignitis group, we have started the energy education curriculum, and this is a very good example. The municipality and its partners organizes various campaigns engaging the public in the creation of sustainable environment. For example, the campaign Replace a Cup of Coffee with a Tree. We planted a forest of 7,500 trees. The walking steps collected by participants of the Sustainable Mobility Week are converted into 10,000 trees to be planted in Tauragė. 70% of population in the municipality agrees to the Green Deal and this path chosen by the municipality. One of non-traditional projects was the guided tours. And Tauragė municipality, together with its partners, invites people to a community where the small wind power plant can be constructed. And I actually saw this example and I liked it very much. So this is a type of education that attracts travelers in the tourism sector. We also have the Energy Advice Center in Tauragė. So this is one of the first, and I believe that many more advisory centers have been opened in Lithuania. And residents use this center when wishing to transition in their energy. Vilnius and Tauragė among 100 European cities that will implement an experimental innovation program under the prestigious EU mission 100 climate neutral and smart cities and become climate neutral settlements by 2030. We're very happy that we were able to get into this program because we are a small town, and the European Union seeks to have all cities and towns as green settlements by 2050, and we want to speed up this process and to share our best practice with other European countries. So here Tauragė has been going on this path for 12 years. We have worked consistently. We have moved on the Green Deal direction, and actually this decision by the European Commission is attributed to lengthy and systematic work rather than pure success. As a role model city, Tauragė has also attracted the interest of other regional municipalities, and together with Jurbarkas, Šilalė, and Pagėgiai established a public institution whose main objective is to implement a strategy for the development of the functional zone Tauragė Plus to promote business development and increase investment attractiveness, improve tourism development conditions, and organize public transport services in Tauragė region. I believe that other Lithuanian municipalities will follow in Tauragė's footsteps, and we will have 100% of electrified public transport. So far we had free of charge transport, and now it costs €1 per month. And we see the increase of population using public transport. I think that we are too small to change the world, but big enough to be a role model. Thank you very much for your attention.
Romualdai už pristatytą tokį savivaldos.
Thank you, Romualdas, for presenting a point of view of a municipality. We've seen how things are taking place on a national level. And let's move on to political analysis. We would now like to give the floor to Mr. Jaunius Jatutas, who will talk about renewable energy sources in Lithuania from a different point of view.
Tik sutarkim dėl 10 minučių.
Let's just agree that we'll have 10 minutes, because I'll be stricter from now on, and I will interrupt you if you exceed the time limit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will tell you about the renewable energy sources in Lithuania. Unfortunately, due to the time limit, I'll be forced to narrow down my presentation to renewables in the heating sector. I will also add to what Mr. Masiulis has also said, and I believe that those that will follow me will be able to supplement me as well. When it comes to the renewables in the heating sector, in 2024, in 2024, we plan to have 90% of heat production in Lithuania from biomass. We also have the regulation on residual heat integration. We also have a few cases when this is already being done, and we have a growing number of those cases actually. Our strategic documents also provide for the development of the heating systems. I believe we have one case where full implementation is achieved. Hopefully that we will have many more such cases in the future. So as for the challenges pertaining to the district heating sector, first of all, those are related to the small biomass generators. We have many generators of heat, small generators of heat, that have about 15 years of experience. I believe other experts might correct me. But this is where one of the challenges emerges. We have to be able to motivate them to renovate their capabilities. In the face of the energy crisis, they've played a vital role. For the past 10 years, they've enabled us to be independent of the blackmail related to gas prices. So it wouldn't be very politically correct, to say the least, to say thank you and all the best to you in the future. We also have to use excess electricity for balancing services. Another challenge relates to the low temperature network development. However, there is still 10% gap that needs to be bridged by other sources than biomass or biofuel. To my mind, large cogeneration power plants that are connected to electricity transmission grids could move towards electrification, since transmission grids enable us receiving cheap energy, and we should find ways how to achieve greater electrification. So moving on to the electricity market. When considering the breakthrough package in 2022, and when adopting solutions facilitating the implementation of the package mentioned by Mr. Masiulis as well, due to the high prices on the market, we managed to ensure power reservations with 3.6 megawatts of onshore wind and 1,400 megawatts of offshore wind. To compare, at the moment we have 1.5 megawatts of solar and 1.5 megawatts of wind power plants, and 1.2 megawatts produced by prosumers. Yesterday, for instance, as has been mentioned, we became the exporters of energy. Namely, 3,400 megawatts were exported to Sweden in particular. This has been a milestone that we have been waiting for many years, which also brought some challenges at the same time. If we produce more than we consume, we might lead the grid to some critical problems. We have to find ways how to use the excess energy, because the excessive power might increase in the years to come. This means that we have to make sure that we install the necessary connections with our neighboring countries, as mentioned by Mr. Masiulis. We must also develop our storage capacities. My proposal is to adapt district heating grids for that purpose. In addition to that, we should continue developing hydrogen projects. As for some of my essential recommendations, these would be the following. Those challenges are mainly connected to the strategic projects pertaining to the establishment of interconnections and hydrogen projects. These are the projects that deal with certain public and private conflicts, because there are households that are against some of these projects. So we have to seek a higher priority. Whenever private and higher public priorities meet, we must not forget neither of the sides. We have to find ways how to facilitate the situation. Another issue is decarbonizing municipalities. I was truly impressed by the example presented by Mr. Romualdas. We have many examples, though, municipal examples. Not all of the municipalities are performing excellently in this respect. But I believe that we tend to forget the assistance of NGOs that can play a major role. They can be generators of ideas on better regulation. They can also join in the implementation phase. Unfortunately, at the moment, NGOs do not have continued support mechanism available. Well, for instance, last year, there was one call to participate in a tender for NGOs that could engage in advocacy activities. I believe we should revive these kinds of projects because when implementing the ambitions of the Great Green Deal, I believe NGOs should be welcomed on board because these organizations are not those that have the associations behind them. So this is not about the ideas alone. NGOs could help us in implementing our ideas as well. So I guess that would be briefly it from my side. If you have any questions, yes, let's agree that questions will be during the coffee break because we are lagging behind. And thank you very much for the time management on your part. And let us move on. We now have another presentation on the Barriers and Opportunities for Solar in Lithuania by Mr. Andrius Karazinas, President of the Lithuanian Solar Energy Association. So please, the floor is yours.
Kuris čia jūsų šitas? Žiūrėkit, kurios čia jūsų skaidrės. Šitas? Šitas. Žalia.
Labadiena, gerbimi valdžios atstovai, svečiai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. I'm happy to have this opportunity to present to you the position of the Lithuanian Solar Energy Association regarding the barriers and opportunities for solar energy in Lithuania. We have about 100 members in our association, ranging from small prosumers to large developers installing solar panels on the rooftops on people's households. When it comes to the road of the solar energy in Lithuania, it was a bumpy one. Everything started back in 2013, 2012, when we managed to ensure about 70 megawatts installed capacity of solar energy. We peaked at that time. If we compare ourselves with the rest of Europe, unfortunately, we couldn't catch up with the momentum. Thankfully, in 2017, a model for prosumers was introduced and implemented, which changed the situation, enabling us to appreciate the fact that last year Lithuania has finally joined the club of 1 megawatt installed capacity club. So we were really happy about that. However, when it comes to further developments, and the dream to once again become electricity exporting country by 2030, there's still a lot of room for improvement. So far, we have been doing fairly well, or at least we could do better. Well, at least that's the opinion of our community. The breakthrough package that was introduced in 2022 has definitely introduced some positive changes, reducing the red tape involved in the development of solar power plants in Lithuania. Unfortunately, there were also some hiccups. One of the drawbacks was eliminated following the delivery of the ruling of the Constitutional Court. However, there are still many things that need improvement. Well, for instance, one of them could be reconsideration of quotas, because there are some groups that are able to develop faster, some of them develop slower, and the grids do not develop as fast as they could. So, in other words, we could allow the developers to develop the grid without restrictions, or at least with reduced restrictions, allowing them to become both consumers and prosumers. Perhaps we could also review the law on the renewable energy sources pertaining to the regulation of commercial relations, because there are other pieces of legislation that regulate those issues. Mr. Masiulis has mentioned that the electricity grids and the renewables are first and foremost connected to energy independence and security. Likewise, we believe that it is highly important to strengthen and reinforce our infrastructure, which is why we are missing a proactive investment, state investments in state grids. Because in our practice, we notice that the households willing to connect to the grids are forced to deal with inadequate costs for getting connected to the grids. We believe that a study into the needs has to be conducted, looking for the areas where solar power plants could be developed, and so the infrastructure could be developed in advance. The development of international grid connections is another issue. The ministry has presented its vision by 2050. However, what we're missing in this vision is the review or an assessment of the investment into international connections. We believe that that vision so far is based on the exports of hydrogen derivatives. However, we are missing an emphasis on the solar dimension. Moreover, we must not forget that people's investment in solar power plants is just a small fraction into the end goal, and to some people there's still lack of clarity onto the net metering model. How will it be used? And whenever there's room for uncertainty, many people opt for those models that have less risks. If we want to encourage our residents to invest more in solar energy, we have to be very clear and regulate clearly the future of these prosumers by providing for the information on the use of these net metering models, how they will be employed and how they will work. And last but not least, I have to say that we have many support measures available, ranging from support for residents to support for communities and businesses. But what is missing is the effectiveness of these instruments. Quite a few of them were not used to their full extent, and some of those support instruments were used fully by just a fraction of consumers. And let us not forget that there are also farmers and other groups that are under the jurisdiction of some other ministries. So perhaps we could consider the idea of having a roadmap for financing so that it meets the needs, the actual needs of the market, so that we finance those that do want to invest. Because only that way can we ensure a speedier investment into development of the market. So thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. So thank you for your time management and for focusing on some of the key issues that I've actually noted down, and we'll be able to discuss that during the coffee break, as I've mentioned. So let us move on with our agenda, and let's focus on the photovoltaic manufacturing status quo and the potential in Lithuania and the European Union by Mr. Žygimantas Vaičiūnas, Policy Director of the European Solar Manufacturing Council. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. I will not be speaking as a developer, but the status quo of the solar modules and the vision of the European Union to have a certain production in Lithuania is a mere dream, or it has some realistic basis. As representatives of the European Commission mentioned, industrial competitiveness is just one of the goals. So solar or wind technologies should be produced within the European Union. Speaking of the main things, I don't have much time. I have 5 myths to bust in terms of solar energy. The first myth is that PV module production of EU is meaningless. We often hear that, but I have to say that production demands in Europe account for 10% of the installed capacity. There are about 6 gigawatts of production capacities. Real production is lower. But the goal for 2030, compared to other industries, is that part of it is produced in the European Union. Another myth is that EU PV manufacturers are unable to be competitive. Understandably, in 10 or 15 years, the strategy chosen towards China has not been given positive results. China is a global player here. But in 2022, we reached a referential point. The European PV manufacturers were quite successful in competition, even with a 20 to 30 price difference. And the third myth is that there's no need to invest and support PV manufacturing in Europe, and we have to rely on import from China. It must be said that we do not want to have the global trade as our goal, but the prices that we have now might be imposed by monopolies. When we speak about converters and risks, this is very important. Myth number 4 is that rescuing of the PV module manufacturers in the EU is too expensive, but we made the estimations that in order to ensure operational capacities of the current PV module production, we should invest around 880 euros until 2026. Cost analysis shows that this is the area that we have to invest. Certainly, we have a problem in the European Union, is that competition policy is outdated and it is not in line with today's realities. All the global players, including China and the US, circumvent those rules, and Europe wants to be the follower of the rules. Myth number 5 is that there are no instruments to support PV manufacturing and wind manufacturing. The situation has been changing, and we have the Net Zero Industry Act and also forced labor regulation. These regulations will soon come into effect, and they will ensure the possibility for the European industry to have its own place. I will skip this very quickly because I don't have much time. This is the global attitude or challenge that the supply is higher than the demand, despite the growing installation of solar modules around the world. And this crisis results, well, you can see the evolution of prices. A year ago, the reference price for solar modules imported from China was 28 euro cents for megawatt hour, and now this price is 10 or 11 euro cents. So there has been a drop of the price. This is good news for solar producers, and it is a very good time to buy PV panels and install them, both in private and public sector. And this support effect is so important, and the reduction of support is quite understandable, but the prices are quite affordable to install PV modules. Jinko, one of the leaders of solar panel producers, at the end of 23, the production costs were 17 euro cents for a watt, and all the producers agree that they sell electricity below the production cost. I will not go into detail. The conclusion is that the objective price that covers the production costs in terms of modules should be around 18 to 20 euro cents for a watt. But we have a different situation in today's market. We can observe a dumping, and therefore the European Commission has started its initial and first investigation. Last week, an investigation on solar energy projects in Romania have been started. This is the first investigation. yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the European Commission sent a message that it will launch a similar investigation in terms of wind energy. And these investigations will be carried out in 5 EU member states. And last year in October, the investigation was carried out on electric vehicles. Well, briefly about the reasons for the situation in the market. Well, for consumers, the situation is quite positive. Chinese internal market needs are lagging behind the real production of PV models. In 2022, the demand was above 200 gigawatts, and around 300 gigawatts were produced. So this is one of the reasons why China wishes to export. Well, actually, China chose this strategy 10 years ago. Another problem is that the European industry is insufficiently supported, and we have the reasons for low costs in China, which are different from that in Europe. We know the situation of forced labor in China and also lower environmental standards. And this allows, with some additional subsidies, China has several subsidies, and this allows cheaper PV models. Analysis by serious organizations are being carried out, which show that the largest part of forced labor can be seen in China. 50% of PV models imported by Europe from China is related to forced labor. The European Parliament has also agreed that this is related to genocide. Concerning the surplus of the supply of PV models in the world, in Europe, we have from 80 to 90 gigawatts of surplus of panel. And many countries in the EU do not want to disclose the information of PV models. And this statistics is from the US database. In Europe, we have so many solar modules that would be used for 1.5 to 2 years. And this flow is growing further. And the ban of export from China shows its results. Speaking about European manufacturers, as I have already mentioned, Europe has 11 gigawatts of capacities. In the EU, we had great pressure concerning the prices. Now, 1 gigawatt of solar energy is in stocks because this cannot be sold because the price is twice as high compared to that from China. There are some manufacturers that have gone bankrupt. The problem is that in the near future, we could lose 3 gigawatts of capacity. Since I don't have much time, I will speak about the main recommendations for the European Commission. We have presented that, and one of them has already been taken into consideration. In legislative terms, a legislative act has been adopted that will allow a higher price if the models are produced in the European Union. So this adds two additional criteria to the price. And luckily, on Monday, the European Solar Charter will be signed. Lithuania is among the countries that supports this charter. This is a very abstract document so far, but importantly, this document foresees Net Zero Industry Act and its application. Otherwise, this Industry Act, Net Zero Industry Act would be possible only after 2026. And this means that the European Union commits to applying this act earlier than 2026. From our side of the Council, we want the European Union to commit to 5% of using European production, and Net Zero Industry Act allows this. Producers need a vision so that they can understand that this is not only a mere process, but that there are concrete numbers in terms of commitment on the part of the EU member states. EU market is very concentrated. We have 9 member states that produce solar models, and we hope that these countries will commit to this step before the signing of the European Solar Charter. It is also important to look at the energy security aspect. I speak about converters here, not the solar modules. 4 to 5 gigawatts is enough in Europe to have the blackout in the European Union. And you all well know that it can be technically achieved because all the inverters have access to third countries. And China has the legislation that stipulates access to private companies so that China can order companies to organize this blackout. So we hope that the next European Commission will review the energy supply safety regulation and will install new safeguards against the Chinese products. And on a more optimistic note, some countries in the European Union, such as Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and Germany, has foreseen on changing the situation. Thank you for your presentation. You have presented some new information, something that is in the pipeline. Thank you very much. Now let us move to the wind energy and its potential in Lithuania, possibilities and challenges. Linas Sabaliauskas, Executive Director of the Lithuanian Wind Power Association.
Šitas.
Labą dieną.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Participants, both present here and those watching us online. So, what is the status quo? Where are we headed for when it comes to wind power? Well, usually whenever you want to know where you're headed for, you have to learn where you're starting off and what is your end goal. So if we look at the wind power development in Lithuania, which is represented on this graph, you can see wind power on the bottom of this graph. So you can see how we've moved forward over the past 8 years in terms of seeking energy independence. This is for you to assess, but I can only say that it took us 8 years to reach the situation that we are at the moment. 2 ministers of energy were involved in the process, and the third ministry was again involved in this process. So we have a total of 12 years where the ministries were involved in developing different strategies that contributed to greater share of wind power that we have today. I'm not saying that everything is perfect. There's always room for improvement. But here you can see the installed capacity. So we started in 2015 with 200 megawatts of installed capacity. Now the figure stands at 1,100 megawatts. However, 600 of them have not started commercial running. So they're in the grid, they're available, but they're not still used to their full potential. In 2019, we've seen the recall of subsidies for the development of wind power because business started to invest in the development of wind power without state assistance. This is a very important milestone and an important factor ensuring those investments were prices for electricity. 230 euros for 1 megawatt hour is what encouraged everyone to invest in both solar and wind power. Now the prices are dropping and there are other challenges that we are dealing with. So when it comes to the energy production in Lithuania, wind power adds to the general electricity generated in Lithuania by 2.5 terawatt hours of electricity. So everything would seem fine if not for another graph, this one. This shows the reality. We have this top line, one that represents our electricity needs. So if we believe that we are hastily moving forward, well, we can see that there's still room for improvement, and perhaps we should move faster. And as for the strategy, it's a good thing that we have a strategy, but here you can see a huge uphill battle that we have to address. Over the last 8 years, we've achieved 1,000 megawatt installed capacity. There's additional 1,000 megawatt capacity that is being developed, but by 2030 we have to add 5.9 megawatt capacities to that. 1.4 megawatts out of that should come out of the offshore wind parks that I hope will be completed by that time. So we still are missing some wind power. So if we manage to install these capacities, this is what the electricity generation should look like by that time. I definitely support that electricity, that strategy. And this graph that represents the potential of wind and solar power plant, and in general all the renewables. The red line represents the electricity price. In other words, the end goal of consumers, that is to see as lower as possible the electricity price. So if wind and sun produces more electricity than it is being consumed, we can see a drop in prices. Because this kind of drop in prices cannot be ensured by gas, because the costs for electricity production from gas would not allow us to see a lower price. So I believe everybody agrees that those investments are necessary, but I believe they were necessary some 10 years ago. In any way, this represents our potential. And now, as we look into the future, how do we imagine achieving those goals that we set when it comes to Lithuania? Well, in Lithuania, perhaps we have some areas where power plants cannot be constructed due to military and defense reasons, and this is certainly undisputed. But if we take Lithuania as a territory, you can see some of the parts of its territory where we cannot use those territories for the construction of wind power plants because of different reasons. So some of the reasons were related to military defense reasons, some of them to the protection of birds, some of them to the protection of landscape. All of these reasons are important, but although there is a discussion as to which territories are more important in terms of certain reasons and which are not, there are some reasons that are undisputed. So like I said, military objectives, protection of bird species, landscape requirements, landowner requirements. And landowners always have their own opinion, and we do agree that they have their opinion that they can express by consenting to the construction of those wind power plants or not. So if you can imagine a wind turbine, which is a rather huge device, and even though there are people saying that I'm in favor of wind power development, these people always say, not on my land. So these are those issues that we are dealing constantly since the start of the development of wind power in Lithuania. In addition to that, there are also some malicious organizations, NGOs, that are established for the sole purpose of suspending wind power projects, and they're quite active at the moment. This is where I go back to the military security, national security issues, and ask you the following question: whether those NGOs represent, say, farmers or other society groups, or do they represent some hostile groups? Now, when we reach the phase of development of the project, in that phase we often are forced to deal with a lack of the available equipment. Everywhere, everyone apparently are willing to construct wind power turbines, And there are always certain hindrances related to the import of the technology. This is the issue that many people deal with in any part of the world, because currently it takes from 9 to 2 months for the technology, from 9 months to 2 years, I'm sorry, for the technology to get to the country. And whenever we want to introduce the technology for the local market, we are concluding contracts to meet, let's say, the needs of the banks. This is the phase where we need greater clarity from the grid operators in terms of the development of the necessary interconnections. While Harmony Link might be but a term for some of you, for us it's a matter of survival. The link between Lithuania and Poland was vital for us. It was planned to be constructed by 2026. So for us, those interconnections are of crucial importance. And to conclude, I can say that wind power projects are being developed for 5 years, and in the meantime, legislative framework changes over this course of 5 years. So whenever you start your project, you're always forced to deal with certain uncertainty that you will not be able to complete the project. And there is always a risk for a project not to be completed to the full due to certain legislative changes. So our proposal would be the following. Whenever you're forced to change the law, could you please make sure that it covers only those projects that are just in the start of their development and they're new projects? Because whenever the projects are in the process of development, it is difficult to start everything anew in order to take account of the changes in the legislative framework. You can see on the slide what problems we are forced to deal with whenever those changes take place. Let's say whenever we start the project, we say, for instance, the real estate tax base changes from 0.3% to 3%. This represents an issue for the project when it's in the process of development. These taxes do not exist for conventional energy sources. So if we want to encourage greater interest in renewables, we unfortunately fail to tax those energy sources that are greater pollutants. Well, I guess that would be it on my part. So these would be just some of the questions that I have as to what comes next. Because we will be working onwards in order to ensure the production of electricity from renewables, but would be looking forward for support from the legislators as well as other organizations.
Thank you. Mr. Sabaliauskas, you voiced some serious concerns and reminded us of something, because in our committee we discussed the breakthrough package, and we know that we need to balance the interest of everybody. We know the activeness of NGOs in our communities, and your reproaches as to the legislation is very important and legitimate. We try to meet all the needs and demands, and this is also the responsibility of not only the parliament but the government. And it's not only in Lina's presentation, but in other presentations we heard that some additional discussions and decisions are needed on joint agreement. Now we have Virgilijus Dirma, the director of the Lithuanian Biomass Energy Association. He will speak about the potentials of biomass in Lithuania. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to speak about the biomass. I've heard many positive examples. I liked the example by Romualdas Vaitkus. This is an exemplary municipality, and 99% of energy, heat energy in this municipality is produced from biomass. We don't have much time. This is the production of energy from biomass, centralized heating, 85% in 2023, and 90% is planned for 2024. It should be noted that within the country, energy produced directly correlates to the dependence on fossil fuel, especially in this geopolitical context. Our situation is quite positive. And if I was asked what were the two examples of success related to energy in Lithuania, I would say that this is the ecosystem of biofuel in Lithuania, and it's established several years ago, and also a liquefied natural gas terminal and Vilnius CHP plant and its construction. So this is the reduction of CO2 emissions in Lithuania. The green light shows the reduction of CO2 emissions due to the employment of biofuels. These figures are quite old, but in 2022, in July, biofuel was sevenfold cheaper compared to natural gas. We can show many examples and have expectations, but in 1 year, the biofuel ecosystem gives 230 million euros saved. And in the period between 2017 and 2023, Lithuania saved 1.5 billion euros and did not transfer this money to the fascistic regimes around us. And this is the money that remains in Lithuania. It is not related to any forced labor examples. When we speak about biomass and its potential, we have to discuss the stock of the forest stand. We have around 27.13 million cubic meters of forest stand increment. We fell about 11.75 million of cubic meters, and we leave around 8 million cubic meters. So this is a comparison of the use of forest stand increment, and you can see the balance of the volume of forests, for example, In Finland, 69% of increment is fell, while in Russia only 7%. In Lithuania, we're closer to Finland rather than Russia, so this is a very good example. In the media, we sometimes heard that forests are being cut, but according to the scientists, this is not quite correct to say so. Rokas Masiulis gave a very good example on Saudi Arabia and its oil-based wealth. Forests and biofuels can also be an example of Kuwait or Qatar. We also face certain challenges. The prices of biofuels depend very much on raw materials, and these three colors, green light shows the risks, white represents a minimal price, and the red color represents this situation when politicians want to review the mechanisms because the service is too expensive for consumers. And this is an example that we need to sustain the vibrant internal market. Reacting to Mr. Jonas's statement on the boilers in cogeneration, the boilers have a 20-year lifespan and many of them are outdated, and we hope that the larger use of biofuels will be promoted in Lithuania, and for that we need to ensure quality. We have the natural raw material resource. This is a guarantee. For us, we have some external unfavorable factors. Speaking about the biofuel boilers, the boilers were mostly installed in 2009 and their lifespan will end next year. Centralized heating associations say that the general need is around 200 megawatts. On the national level, 9 million will be allocated for the investment. And biofuel cogeneration, heat and power could help to solve the problem of the electricity sector. And this would help us to achieve the figures that we have ambitiously set towards the climate neutrality. Radvilė Morkūnaitė Mikulėnienė said that this is this sector that is not that complicated, and I hope that it is true and that it will remain true in the future. Thank you.
Sutaupėt, bet dabar yra.
Thank you, Virginijus. You indeed saved us some time, but now is our sacred time for a coffee break. And I know that Rasa has agreed with Domantas Tracevičius that he will be the one to begin our second part of today's workshop following the coffee break. So let's break for a coffee break and let's come back after half an hour here to continue. Thank you.
But the problem is that the photographer disappeared, so maybe first drink coffee and then 10 minutes to...
Yes.
O, gal gali dabar ateiti kartais? Prie vėliavų gerai.
Gal pakviečiam,
Sako, jis stovi prie vėliavų. Ne visus, tik tai svečius. Ir kur tas mūsų kaspas?
aišku, jūs kavos, bet dabar dar fotografuosis. Labai reikia.
Hello, Madis. Madis, if you're online, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm online and can hear you.
Madis, just to let you know, before you start speaking, we still have one more speaker left from the last session. So that will take only a few minutes. Is that okay with your time regime? So that the
Brangus konferencijos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats.
Taip, tai malonu matyti.
So, welcome back after the coffee break. And now let us give the floor to Domantas Tracevičius. He is our social partner who participates in conferences that discuss different other topics beyond energy. He is the founder of Circular Economy. He will speak about the fast way forward, how to boost renewables in Lithuania. Domantas is even braver than government representatives, so could you please present your vision?
Sveiki visi. Tai aš šiek tiek
Thank you very much. Well, I guess I'm missing the word sustainable development. And we heard proposals from the CEO of Litgrid that were going to be the exporter of energy. But in any case, let's do that without going into conflict with the nature and the people, because those things do happen. So we can ensure production of energy, sufficient production of energy, and do that sustainably. So we are issuing yearly overviews with proposals that are aimed towards sustainable development of renewables. I would like to underline that last year we have raised a goal of 100% of renewables to be achieved by 2030. And the regulatory framework is also being improved. We have over 100,000 of prosumers, and the numbers are growing. And let's not forget that this March they produced about 56 megawatts of electricity from renewables. But I'm really appreciative of the Ministry of Energy's activities that announced the call for tender within the municipalities to assist the people in developing the production of electricity from renewables, and many people will be able to make use of the funding. And this is also something that I'm missing. That is, there are people who are lacking the necessary information, so perhaps we should ensure greater access to the information and do that through certain soft channels, perhaps through the main electricity providers who could inform regular people on the available tools that would enable them to develop electricity from production from renewables. The Ministry of Environment has also adopted the necessary legal regulation to protect certain areas, certain territories of Lithuania. And unfortunately, those are quite vulnerable areas. But what we are also looking forward to is speedier development of the renewables capabilities. We will be looking forward to taking part in all the activities and sharing best practices from abroad. So there are some areas where we would like to see greater development of wind power plants in these particular areas in Lithuania, those that are less populated. Certainly, development of the grid in those territories in advance is a necessity, but this should not be done at the cost of prosumers. And there are many people willing to produce energy, and they're fighting for this right. What is also suspending the acceleration of the use of renewables is the breakthrough package that provided for the provision that multi-apartment buildings should, all of them should be equipped with solar panels. Unfortunately, this provision has not been achieved. It has not been implemented. New residential buildings, they provide for the greatest potential for the production of electricity from renewables, because half of the prosumers live in those buildings. In addition to that, the renewables directive, the second renewables directive, has not been fully transposed. This means that not every remote prosumer has the possibility to transmit the electricity they produce into the grids. And if we manage to do that, we could definitely attract about 100,000 of prosumers that produce electricity in residential buildings. And we could add the electricity produced by them into the general grid. We now have a fixed tariff for those willing to increase their production capacity and access the grid. So the same could be done with for every prosumer, meaning that anyone that produces electricity, irrespective of the capacity that they produce, could be able to join the grid under a certain tariff, irrespective of the scope of capacities that available that they have. Business is certainly a very important part of the economy, and we should avoid discrimination against them. Moreover, I believe that battery capacity that could be increased through both prosumers and the electric vehicle owners is another step forward, because this is a solution that also contributes to decarbonization, because the batteries used by prosumers and the electric vehicles are those that contribute to the balancing, electricity balancing. And one more aspect, which is the compensation for people living close to the electricity produced from renewables. Well, there are people who live in agricultural areas and nothing more than agricultural activities can be cultivated there. So I believe this is more of a gift rather than compensation for people conducting these activities. So that would be it on my part. Thank you, Domantas. I see that there are people who are not always agreeing with you, but we'll see how this will go in the discussion part. And I would now like to give the floor to Jan.
And now we switch rather from the renewable side to the other side of the coin, as we say, the other side of the energy transition coin, to energy efficiency. And it's my huge honor on the first hand to have now a representative of the European Commission, Madis Laniste, but I would also let you know that we are also doing the EUFORES energy efficiency activities within a big European Commission project, which is called the Energy Efficiency Watch. And Niels Borg will also speak later about this. And would like to get your feedback also a little bit about what is the narrative here in Lithuania about efficiency. We had already excellent debates out there. But as an introduction to more details about the energy efficiency legislation that just comes up from Brussels And again, my bosses in the European Parliament are the rapporteurs for the Buildings Directive and the Efficiency Directive. But Madis Lannister from European Commission, from the Unit on Energy Efficiency and Policies, he's a policy advisor there. Madis will introduce us now, well, to the latest stuff that comes from Brussels and how you see stuff. Okay, Madis, the floor, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. And good morning to everyone, and happy to greet everyone also from the side of the European Commission. So my name is Madis Lannister. I'm coming from the Energy Efficiency Unit of the DG Ener, and currently mostly working with the topics on heating and cooling and related energy efficiency issues in the Commission. And what's my plan for today is just to provide a short update of the latest EU energy efficiency policies development. And if we talk about energy efficiency globally, then the political momentum for energy efficiency is very good. So last year in COP28 in Dubai, our President von der Leyen launched the Global Energy Efficiency and Renewables Pledge. And with this, the countries that were associated, or countries that are associated with this pledge, are claiming that there should be constant improvement of the energy efficiency, and this should be around 2 to 4% per year until 2030. And so far, 132 countries have been joining this pledge, and we are still counting a few ones that are going to join this initiative as well. So there is a strong political momentum globally for the energy efficiency. That's the first and the good news, what I can say about the global perspective. Secondly, what's going on in the EU? Recently, there has been a revision of the key energy efficiency legislation in the EU. And first of all, our energy efficiency directive was recently revised, and it was published in October last year, doing a significant update of the existing energy efficiency directive in EU. And today, also the energy efficiency of buildings directive was finally adopted by the Council. It means that this is also a new directive that is going to be published soon and will be binding for the Member States and the Commission as well. And third, policy domain of energy efficiency that is equally important is the eco-design and energy labeling regulation. And these are addressing the efficiency in products, and currently approximately 30 products are covered with these regulations. So there is 17 energy labeling regulations and 30 eco-design regulations in place addressing the efficiency of energy using products in EU. So there is a very broad legislation and number of legal acts that are there to regulate the field of energy efficiency in EU. And recent revisions of these acts will ensure that it's for us more probable that we are going to achieve our 2030 targets that have been endorsed by the Council, and we are moving closer to these targets by 2030. So briefly about the Energy Efficiency Directive, what I want to highlight. First of all, what's its composition? So the main elements of the Energy Efficiency Directive that came into force last October are that, first of all, EU has a binding energy efficiency target. And according to this, 11.7% of the baseline consumption, the consumption should be less than 11.7% compared to 2030 baseline consumption. So therefore, all the member states should contribute in achieving to the EU energy efficiency target, and this is an obligation for the member states to set a contribution to the EU energy efficiency target, and this obligation has been already running since the adoption of the directive, and now we are in the progress to adopt national contributions to the energy efficiency target. So, considering the overall picture in the EU, we have a situation that these indicative national contributions that we learned from the draft national energy and climate plans are leading us to the situation that approximately 6% of the target is still missing there. So there should be additional efforts made by the member states that in order to take us to the situation that we can say that we are likely to achieve the 2030 energy efficiency target. And considering these national contributions, I would say that Lithuania is doing great in this field. So Lithuania was one of the few countries that was doing a pledge that it will contribute to the European energy efficiency target as it has been foreseen, or as it has been foreseen as a fair contribution by the member state to the energy efficiency target. But there are still many other countries where we would like to see that these countries are doing larger contribution to the international energy efficiency policy, to the European energy efficiency policy. What's the next important element is the strengthened energy saving obligation in the end use, and this constitutes an obligation for the member states to achieve certain portion of the energy savings through its energy efficiency measures. And this obligation has been revised, it has been somewhat increased, but there will be more demanding requirements for the content of the measures. So there are few measures that will be not counted as energy efficiency measures as of 2025, at the end of 2025, and therefore this target is more demanding for the member states. There is a new exemplary role or obligation to use the exemplary role of the public sector, and this means that there should be a certain portion of the public buildings renovated, so 3% annually, and there is a separate public sector energy efficiency target. So by 1.9% per year should be the reduction of the public sector energy consumption. In addition, there are specific demand-side measures addressing the large-side enterprises where the consumption is more than 10 terajoules per year. The obligation is to conduct periodically energy audits and identify the energy efficiency measures that are available in these companies. Regarding the consumers, we are also considering that the directive is considering that there should be more attention to the energy poor households, and there should be measures adopted for the consumer empowerment, and this directive foresees several new instruments in this area. And finally, there is measures that are addressing the supply side of the energy consumption, and in this area there is an instrument put in place that gradually the fossil fuels should be phased out from the efficient district heating and cooling. Another instrument that is there is the local heating and cooling plants. So all the big municipalities across the European Union, when their population is above 45,000, should have their local heating and cooling plants. And this means that these local heating and cooling plants are designed to meet local goals for the decarbonizing heating and cooling supply. But the work doesn't stop for us here. So when the directive is adopted, the second important thing is the implementation. And with the implementation, we have been doing a lot of work to ensure that the implementation will be there of the directive. And this will mean the work in two fronts. First of all, supporting the member states in their practical implementation related questions. So we are developing specific recommendations for the member states in this area. And the second thing is, of course, the financing, how to ensure that these energy efficiency measures are implemented in the member states. So what is the current situation is that in order to meet our long-term energy efficiency targets, we have to invest annually approximately 300 billion euros. But the public funds and other funds that are there are not able to cover this investment need, what is there at the moment in the energy efficiency area. So their investment should be scaled up, and our assumption is that approximately 165 billion euros more should be invested in the energy efficiency area to ensure the achievement of the energy efficiency goals. So this 165 billion euros is approximately equal to 1% of the European GDP. And what it also means that considering the financing, the typical investment should come from the financing should come primarily from the private sources. So 90% of the financing in the renovation of the buildings should come from the private sources, and the public from the public sector's contributions. This needs to be made. This should be ensured that these public sector contributions will attract private capital in this area. So this is hugely important to achieve our energy efficiency goals in the longer term. Of course, there are some European requirements in the place, so such as taxonomy regulation and other instruments there, but still there is still quite a lot of work that needs to be done on the European level and also backed up on the member states level. So with the energy efficiency directive, we foresaw several new things that the member states should ensure in their countries, and it means that there should be more wide offering of the financing by financing institutions in the member states of the products targeting the energy efficiency, and there are some specific reporting requirements on the volume of energy efficiency financing. And yeah, in addition, there should be strengthened cooperation between the private and public financial institutions, what the member states should ensure through its implementation of the Article 30 of the Energy Efficiency Directive. And in addition, on the European level, we are working towards the setting up the energy efficiency financing coalition. So this is an initiative that was launched last year. All the European member states have joined this particular initiative, and now it should be operationalized by the authorities and the Commission that is going to implement this. So there will be three-level. There is a separate governance foreseen for this new initiative, and the first and the most important task of this financing coalition is to significantly broaden up the energy efficiency financing in the future. So what I can say about financing in general in the member states and in the EU in the energy efficiency area is that the financing is hugely dependent on the allocations made by the member states in the area of energy efficiency. And we have also the EU funding programs that are listed here in this slide. But still the majority of the financing can be ensured by the member states through the use of the European cohesion policy funds and funds allocated through the recovery and resilience facility. Lithuania has been doing significant allocations to the energy efficiency from these funds, from the cohesion policy funds, and approximately €500 million have been committed to energy efficiency. So in general, there is a strong political commitment in Lithuania. What I can see in the area of energy efficiency, there have been significant public funding available, and also the political ambition is there to ensure fair contribution to the EU general energy efficiency target. But certainly there are a number of things that where the implementation of the energy efficiency directive is challenging for Lithuania. There is no question on that, and there should be constant attention provided to the implementation of the energy efficiency directive as well. So thank you for your attention. That was my short slide summary of the situation in the European energy efficiency policy. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Madis, for that very intense deep dive into the efficiency policies from Brussels. And now it's my honor to introduce Niels Borg. Niels is running the largest experts network on energy efficiency, the so-called ECEEE, the European Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. And as I said before, Niels is also a partner of the Energy Efficiency Watch project, one of the leading scientific partners as well. And Niels will introduce you to a big survey that the project did, and also into a big research that is of highest interest in Brussels about narratives. What is behind the communication in the population? I don't know how it is in Lithuania. Is efficiency highly on the agenda for everyone, or is it a topic that say, well, it's not my topic? So the big question is how to get people on board also for the efficiency side of the energy transition. And yeah, the rest will be presented by Niels as soon as the PowerPoint is coming up. So I think Madis is still to be seen. So probably in the meantime I continue to talk. I mean, maybe I make the use of the time. By the way, Niels is organizing also with ECEEE the so-called summer studies, which is every 2 years one of the biggest gatherings of energy efficiency experts, and the next one will be close to Paris at the beginning of June. So I can only recommend everyone among you who's working on efficiency to be part of that and spend a week there with the experts on efficiency from all of Europe. So it's very interesting.
Brilliant. Yes. So, thank you very much for the introduction, Jan. Yes. Yes, okay. Sorry. Thanks for the introduction. It's my first time in Vilnius, and I think it's very nice. I live in Stockholm. I should have come here much earlier. It's not so far, but I have to. Now I'm fixing that for the first time anyway. I will come back. So, Jan has said a little about the Energy Efficiency Watch project, and it's a very exciting project which has developed over the years, and we're now, I think, doing the really interesting stuff, which is not the kind of analysis that a lot of other experts can be doing, but we are looking into in particular the narratives. What is it that can make energy efficiency appealing to policymakers and to the general audience? But what do we need to sell efficiency? And I can tell you a spoiler, it's not just about how much money you save. Where do I? Oh, I must. Oh, I need to press that one. Okay, thank you, sorry. So, I think one question we need to ask ourselves, is it sharing burden or sharing opportunity? Very often we hear, oh, we don't want to do this, it's expensive, it's costly, and people see this as, why should we save so much when they don't save so much? But I think as a starter, we need to think about this being an opportunity for development, for changing the societies towards towards the direction we want, that actually can help us achieve a lot of our other goals. So it's, for instance, the climate protection. Well, if you don't believe in climate change, well, then you don't care so much. But it's hard to say that the war in Ukraine doesn't happen. And it's about energy security and safety. It's improving our economy. Efficient companies, efficient countries are more resilient to change, will be more productive, will be richer, simply as that. So jobs and growth, and I think also we saw that in the energy price crisis last winter, not as much this winter, but still facing it, a lot of energy poverty. Sweden, we have never spoken about energy poverty before. People couldn't really acknowledge that it existed, but actually it happened for the first time. That it was there, of course, before, but now people had to admit, yes, we also have it. So I will skip this one because we just had a good show of what's been done in policy. So the Efficiency Watch project, these are just some of the organizations behind, and my role, I would just say, is for ECEEE. We are a network of experts. We are not a research organization. We don't have many employees. We don't do a lot of studies. But we are, let's say, a platform for our members where we bring together members, we bring together their experiences and their knowledge, partly through this conference that John mentioned, and we disseminate and we facilitate exchange of knowledge and information. So, energy efficiency. If we say this, what do people think about? Some people say, well, it's about climate issues. Others say it's about, it's pretty expensive, not for me. And somebody else think, people see different things. And then somebody says, well, it brings us better buildings. And then maybe somebody could see, okay, it's less carbon emission. Somebody cares about that. Someone else says, my home will be modern. I will have a cool home or a better home or not drafty. And a third person could say, well, there's a lot of work here, to insulate or to change windows or to construct better buildings. It's always more a shift towards labor from capital, which is interesting. But then if we have these people who think it's about expensive and so on, they could say, well, our industry will be less competitive and really that's not good. Someone else will think, okay, it's really bad for the poor people, energy efficiency. We know how it is, petrol is more expensive and it's only for the rich people in the cities. That's nothing for me. And then you go out and, we see this with the farmers, you see this with the renewables as well, but you also see it there. And somebody else says, like we saw in Germany with a EPBD, the discussion there was, well, it will be so expensive we can't do it. We will force grandma to renovate her home and she doesn't have any cash, so it's terrible. So there are a lot of those counter narratives which are important to identify and understand. So the question we ask ourselves in this project is, do we speak about the right things? And do we speak to the right people? And are we using the right arguments? Do we speak too much about costs when maybe we should speak about jobs and economic growth? So there are a lot of things we could really question. How do we communicate? I think, honestly, we've been far too much dominated by economists and engineers when we've been communicating about energy efficiency, and far too little about a holistic view, what it can bring to the society more in general. I mean, we need economists, we need engineers, but we shouldn't just speak that kind of language, because then people will say, well, it's not so much, the savings aren't so big, but maybe not for me, for my house. But if every house, in Sweden we did a study, or in the Nordic countries, we did a study last winter with the prices, and they concluded that with 5% reduction of the energy demand in the southern part of Sweden could bring down electricity prices by 40%. So even if I didn't save more than a couple of €100, the collective effort helped bring down the price for everyone. Everybody gained. So it's not like a zero-sum game. It's a collective effort. And I think these are things we need to understand. So why do we do efficiency? So one question then we have in our project is, what resonates with individual businesses and policymakers? What kind of make them tick? And in the project, we have done one thing. I will use very briefly on that one, a big survey with almost 1,300 experts. So it's a qualitative survey. It's not about views among the audience, but we're trying to understand how people can, with the experts' views, what do they, in their view, are the important issues being discussed, and how are they connected to efficiency? Then we do business stakeholder workshops in different countries where we look at cases and develop narrative cases, and they are ongoing now. We have the parliamentary meetings and the workshop, such as this one, and then we do network partner events. So all our networks do different things with other cities or other organizations, like FEDAREN, the regional energy agency network, is also disseminating among their members. So the efficiency watch survey, we looked at different. We have asked businesses, academics, policymakers, NGOs, etc. So, from the outcomes, there's a lot of interesting stuff in this. The new energy efficiency watch survey is completed but not yet presented. So this is based on what happened in the 2020 big survey. I think the outcomes will be more or less the same, but they're always changing, so are really interesting. But what this says is, for instance, jobs among our 1,300 experts are seen as that's the upper green thing here, are seen as the most important topic. But jobs in the debate is only ranked the 6th topic when it's linked to efficiency. So, that's really a big target we should focus on, jobs and efficiency. So these are things we can understand from this survey. And it also linked to the actor groups that the business, the Association of Large Industry are really looking into jobs as well. Industrial competitiveness, well, this is a really good match actually, so we are doing the right stuff. Everybody thinks it's highly motivated, but it's also actually being discussed in connection with efficiency. So all of these things are very interesting stuff you can read from these reports, but you can also see what experts think about your own country, which is, some people get very upset when they see the change from before, but it's very interesting. So we made in the last watch, we're now working on developing a new one, 10 narrative business cases. So I will take 3 of those here. So what is a real business case? So for a business, a company or somebody, they really want to see real need for the business. Does not necessarily always mean directly earning more money now, but they want to see some real impact on their kind of strategic. The value of efficiency should align with the strategic goals. Businesses say they would really like to see a level playing field for efficiency compared to renewables or supply. Businesses are always interested in synergies with renewables. So they would be, for instance, interested in, if you go and do solar PV on a big building, they might at the same time be interested in, at that time, looking into how that can combine with efficiency to, for instance, say, instead of doing 60% of electricity use from solar PV, by doing efficiency at the same time, we could maybe reach 80%. So it's a way to improve the message. They also think we need to scale up good practices and good business cases. So we can do many of those things, so we can, as we do in every other aspect, cut price by volume, do things more and more, learn, do it many times, so it shouldn't be custom-made products all the time. Businesses want to see that there should be favorable conditions for specialized companies, so they can really, they look for a society that creates, let's say, an ecosystem for the really good companies so they can develop their skills and not doing it, something. There can be specialized building companies that are really doing efficiency, for instance. And we need to move this so this becomes a mainstream, not just something that's, you do because you're good. It should be the mainstream thing you do. Another case, it's related, of course, is adoption of new technology. We know that the target groups are fragmented. We need to understand what shapes economic behavior and willingness to adopt new technologies. Why do people do that? That's really interesting to dig into. And when we give financial support, we need to do it in a smart way, not just handing out money. We need to think about what do we want to achieve with the support? Can we create learning processes so people invest more and can see synergies with others? We also need to link financial support to other image factors like convenience, modernity, general value of a property and things like that. It's like when we look at a PV, I have a friend in Sweden who has a house and he says, well, I won't invest in the PV because we are going to move in a couple of years. Our kids are out now, we're going to move to an apartment. Why should we invest in this? And I said, well, did you even consider the value of the house? Because very often we have seen that investing in PV on a roof, and if you make the house efficient, can make the house, just by the sales price, can actually increase the price more than you have invested. So things like this we need to see, to link the adoption of new technology, more than just doing a cost analysis, to look at broader cost analysis. Yes. And the last case is a just transition. That means that we think that this word is often misused. We know there are too many that feel that they're on the losing side, and then it becomes very much a race for highest compensation. How can I get more? How can farmers get more? How can people on the countryside get more from the state? And we think that we need to communicate the positive welfare effects better. We need to understand the dynamics when you introduce a policy, to understand what can it affect and how can we smart targeting those that are affected. In Sweden, we have lowered the price of fuel, which is not a smart way to make anybody richer, really. It's just like, it feels good at the moment, but rather it could be better to help people on the countryside, more general. So it's more interesting to have an efficient car and at the same time save money. And we need to manage the expectations of a just transition. So, we need to act beyond traditional policy areas. How do we describe the change? We need to communicate across sectors. We need comprehensive policy packages, across sectors and policy areas, and we need to have multi-sector policies. This requires more from policymakers, but I think it will pay off. And give all policy measures a supporting narrative. Really think of how do you communicate a policy measure so it sells. Think about that spend much more time than we do today. And again, the economic relevance in the energy transition, we can do much more to improve that. This is a summer study we're having in June, so if you can come by, you're welcome. That's outside France, outside Paris in France. Okay, thank you very much. And much of this work is based on what Christiana Egger and Daniel Becker have done, so I should not take much credit for a lot of the analysis here. Thank you.
Ačiū Nilsui už pristatymą. Atrodo, kad visur yra tos pačios problemos.
Thank you, Niels. I believe we have similar problems everywhere, so there's a certain... Those problems are resonating everywhere. So let us move on to the next presentation by Ms. Inga Žilienė, Deputy Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania, who will present a presentation on energy efficiency policies in Lithuania, the plans of the government. So please, the floor is yours.
Labą dieną visiems. Iš tiesų.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to know that energy efficiency has found its way in this conference. When it comes to energy efficiency, we usually focus on energy security, energy efficiency, and renewables. And we tend to forget energy efficiency. In 2023, we faced a crisis of prices, but every time we deal with a crisis, we manage to exit it successfully. The recent one has taught us that we need to change our behaviors and look into what needs to be done in the long term. This is just one slide demonstrating how we looked before the crisis. So a situation that might resemble the situation in other countries. That is the correlation between the growth of GDP and the growth in energy consumption. So despite the fact that the GDP was growing, we see that in 2020 and 2022, energy consumption dropped. That was when certain companies moved to more effective energy sources, and this could be attributed as a reason for the drop in energy consumption. Certainly, saving energy is necessary, and there are certain targets set in this respect, but we'll see how Lithuania is doing with saving energy. So that directive was adopted and approved. We're still looking forward from the guidelines from the European Commission. There should be quite a few of them. The transposition of the directive is envisaged by 2025, but we are already preparing for the process. We have a few legislative packages prepared, and we are hoping that this autumn the Parliament will receive a package of legal acts for consideration, and hopefully by that time we will receive the attention from the public, from the industry and the public organizations. So as for the changes contained in the directive, well, they are mainly connected to large companies. They will be forced to conduct energy audits. This regards the companies that have more than 250 employees. And the scope of energy consumed will be at the focus of these audits. Well, I will not focus too much into detail on this, but another important change is related to the data centers. We can see the growth of data across the world, so energy efficiency and the pressure in this respect on data centers is growing. Certain energy efficiency related requirements to data centers also comes from the directive. For instance, an obligation to annually submit and make publicly available information on energy and efficiency indicators. And this information also correlates with energy security. If we open critical data, because the requirement is applied to the data centers that have over 500 kilowatts capacity. So these are usually those that contain critical data. And in general, we would like to draw the attention of the European Commission on the obligation to make publicly available information on certain data, because the current situation, changed situation following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, forces us to critically think whether or not we need to allow open access to some data, because perhaps we should consider the introduction of certain encrypting, for instance. As for Lithuania, Lithuania has new targets set following the latest directive. Compared to the years 2021, we have to reduce our energy consumption by 22.5%. That is, our electricity consumption has to go down from 65.8 terawatt hours to 51 terawatt hours. This does not include use energy production from hydrogen, because this will also add to the total numbers. Now let's move to the implementation process. At the moment, the government is in the process of drafting the national energy and climate plans. And according to the plans, Lithuania is obliged to save up to 35 terawatt hours. And with the current measures available, we have the potential to ensure savings of 46.4 terawatt hours. However, additional funding is needed. The additional funds could come from the social cohesion funds. The Ministry of the Environment is coordinating the allocation of these funds, which are mainly earmarked for the reduction of poverty. But these funds have great potential to be used effectively for energy consumption savings. Those funds, however, can be absorbed only as of 2026. So the years 2022 were the years of the energy crisis, and we all turned back to energy saving, irrespective of the sector, be it business, public sector, or residential sector. So the government has adopted an energy savings plan, which was drafted and implemented within 2 years. According to the plan, public sector companies have to save up to 20% of energy. And we're doing quite well. Over 2 years, we managed to save 11% of our energy. The situation is different with heating consumption. But in general, to turn this energy savings plan into reality, funds are certainly necessary. The funds could come from different European funds. A total of 1.3 billion euros are available. Those funds are allocated either to multi-apartment buildings renovation, to individual houses renovation, change of boilers, renovation and automation of heat points in multi-apartment buildings, and so on. We're happy to note that the companies who do not take part in industrial pollution credit schemes have joined these efforts and use the funds to ensure energy savings. So we're happy to note that the companies got the gist of energy saving. As for some of the measures that were employed, first of all, these included behavioral changing measures. This mainly relates to the shutdown of hot water in public buildings, teleworking at least 2 times a week, from Thursday to Friday or from Friday to Monday, because this gives an opportunity to reduce heating in public buildings and save energy thereby. Another solution chosen was the reduction of temperature indoors during the heating season in empty premises, as well as installment of automated doors, replacement of old conditioning devices into new ones. We are working in cooperation with Turto Bankas, or the state-owned real estate manager. So together with this institution, we managed to introduce all those measures and achieve a breakthrough in the public sector quite rapidly. Public sector, residential houses are those that consume electricity the most. So we've decided that heating stations or heating units in public and residential houses had to be renovated. This contributed to energy savings by a great deal. As for some other solutions, quite easy solutions, that was dimming or shutting down of lighting of buildings from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. because that's the period of time when we have fewer tourists in the streets to amaze our buildings. Ministries that were in charge of IT management and data centers management were also charged for finding ways how to reduce energy savings, reduce energy consumption in the public establishments under their control. Another tool that was very effective was the obligation to make energy-saving contracts with public establishments such as the Lithuanian railways, the electricity transmission operator, and so on. So according to these voluntary agreements, it has been decided to save about 68 gigawatt of energy. However, we have many municipal and state organizations or establishments, and those voluntary agreements, we have only 7 of them in total, so state-owned enterprises are more likely to conclude such voluntary energy savings agreements if compared to the municipal enterprises. So we hope that the commitment to save energy will reach its ultimate effect in the end. According to the current renewable energy sources law, municipal and state enterprises will be forced to have their energy saving plans, and I hope that by 2030 we will be able to save up to 8 terawatts of electricity. So now every ministry has the possibility to see how much energy they saved on the public scoreboard available at state-owned real estate manager Turto Bankas. So we managed to reduce electricity consumption by 11% over the last year, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward in the right direction further on. Thank you very much.
Ministrė, skamba ne...
Thank you. The results could be even better, foreign experts would say, but we're interested also in the feedback by municipalities, and I would like to give the floor to Mayor of Elektrėnai municipality. He is also Vice Chair of the Housing and Energy Committee of the Association of Local Authorities in Lithuania. He will present the practice of municipalities, and he will most probably react to the obligatory targets set by the ministry to municipal enterprises. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't be surprised, but I want you to congratulate on the coming professional day. Next week, on the 17th of April, Lithuania celebrates the Energy Experts Day. And since your work is related to energy, this is the day important for all of us, and it is a great pleasure for me as the Mayor of Elektrėnai to be among you and to discuss this important topic. The energy leap in Lithuania's municipalities can be attributed to the breakthrough package adopted in 2022. At the heart of this package is the rapid development of green energy to reach the 7 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity in Lithuania by 2030. Municipalities reacted immediately to the surge in prices of energy resources in summer of 2022 and embarked on successive RES development projects in their territories. Improving energy efficiency is one of the most important objectives, not only for the EU and Lithuania, but also for local self-government. As they move towards a sustainable energy system, municipalities are developing renewable energy projects, plan various measures, and increase the energy autonomy of the population. In practice, all municipalities have built action plans for the development of renewable energy, the purpose of which is to establish the measures implemented by municipalities to achieve the national targets laid down in the law of the Republic of Lithuania on renewable energy. And the targets mentioned by the Vice Minister, these are imperative targets. This is that we don't discuss. The imperatives need to be implemented. At least 36.5% average share of energy from renewables in gross final consumption of energy in 2023-2025. At least 39.8% average share of energy from renewables in gross final consumption of energy in 2026-2027. The share of the renewables in gross final energy consumption in Lithuania in 2021 was 28.10%. These results were mainly driven by the share of renewables in the heat sector, which accounted for 48.62%. The share of the renewables in electricity generation was 20.92%. And in the transport sector, 6.69%. Lithuania intends to reach a 50% renewables target in final energy consumption by 2030. Currently, the share of renewables in different municipalities ranges between 11 and 80% of total energy consumption. Every year, the Lithuanian Energy Agency carries out an assessment of sustainable energy development of Lithuanian municipalities in the fields of promoting the use of renewable energy resources and improving energy efficiency according to a list of selected criteria. And on this slide, you can see the criteria. I will not name them. The results of the assessment carried out in 2023 show that the following municipalities achieved the best results in terms of promoting renewables and improving energy efficiency in 2022. So this is the map of all those municipalities, and Kaunas district municipality obtained 54.5 points out of 100 possible. Klaipėda with 53 points, Birštonas 50.5 points, Mažeikiai district municipality 46 points, and Druskininkai municipality 45.5 points. As a mayor of the municipality, I am glad that the municipality of Elektrėnai was ranked second among 60 municipalities with the installed capacity of 10,868.89 kilowatts in solar power. It is worth mentioning that the municipality of Elektrėnai installed a 1.1 megawatt solar power plant in 2022. The electricity produced by this power plant is supplied to municipal undertakings. The worth of this was a remote power plant that gave benefit in 1 year, and we have cheap energy that we provide to municipal undertakings. We also have a regional waste management facility which produces gas, and this gas is used to produce heating. We also have a food waste management facility, which also has gas as byproduct and is finally used for heating production. Our municipality was quite successful with this project. We were mostly unique here. There are other projects underway. The creation of communities. This is the second stage. I will speak about the establishment of those communities. Such communities that would enable and help people in energy poverty to acquire cheaper energy, and also this would also support municipalities. This would be a soft loan up to 15 years with unlimited amount in size with maximum 3% interest rate. The soft loan would finance a part of the power plant for the needs of the municipality and its institution. Part of the power plant would be used by financially disadvantaged people free of charge, or residents of the municipality entitled to social benefits. At least 30% of the energy produced by the power plant will have to be channeled to people experiencing energy poverty. We also face many challenges on the establishment of such municipalities. The opinion poll among municipalities was conducted, and municipalities claimed that the need for energy capacity is 73 megawatt hours. 12 municipalities plan to establish a community within one municipality, and they plan to cooperate with other municipalities. In many municipalities, the project is at the initial phase only. Debt limits of municipalities and complex project administration due to the change of poor people may limit the possibilities to implement those projects. I would also like to speak about energy efficiency in terms of renovation of buildings. The 36% of emissions, greenhouse emissions, is attributable to the buildings. And therefore, the renovation of the buildings is the main task in order to achieve climate neutrality. It contributes to poverty reduction, job creation, and creation of a better microclimate. In 2020, October, the renovation strategy was presented by the European Commission, and this is one of the main pillars of the Green Deal plan. And the task is to promote comprehensive renovation of buildings. I would like to address the challenges that are faced in this area. The energy performance classes are very important for municipalities. Cities want to contribute to climate change mitigation and create a better living environment, not only by renovating multi-apartment buildings, but also renovating the entire suburbs. Therefore, the municipality is successful in implementing renovation projects, though at the national level no financial measure has been foreseen. We are facing certain challenges that are hindering the renovation process. So this is funding. Since the start of the implementation of multi-apartment building renovation program under the new model, up to 2 financial intermediaries providing preferential loans to renovation projects have been involved. And sometimes there is only one financial intermediary on this market in general. This lack of competition means that the best conditions for beneficiaries, i.e. residents, are not always guaranteed, and existing financial intermediaries are sometimes unable to meet the full financial need. Problems with funding consistently hamper the signature of new funding agreements, which does not only lead to new applications, but also to the lack of implementation of previously approved projects. The procedure for contracting preferential loans for the modernization of multi-apartment buildings to be provided is changing. As of October 2023, loan agreements are concluded only on behalf of owners of apartments and other premises. The previous practice allowed 2 ways of signing the loan agreement. In addition to the renovation project manager appointed on behalf of the owners, it was possible to sign in the name of the manager. And psychologically, this was more attractive to the owners of apartments because it prevented the owners from taking a loan and the fear of all related aspects. The possibility for owners not to have direct obligations before the bank was identified as one of the main reasons for renewing the renovation from the death point in 2013. I'd also like to speak about the requirements of Class A energy performance, preventing people from opting energy performance Class B. And this is very scary for residents. And sometimes the difference between the prices of renovation between Class A and Class B is huge, and therefore people often do not agree to renovation. The problems and challenges are very numerous, and legal definition, lack of information, red tape problems. But the main issue here that we face and the main challenge is the war in Ukraine. We want to see the renovation process to be more attractive, the installation of houses, the charging of electrical vehicles. But if we don't have buildings due to war, we will not be addressing these issues. So the main challenge is not the red tape and financial needs and legal regulation, but war. And I hope that we will all live in peace, but prepare for war.
Ačiū labai, merė.
Yes, so security is the major challenge. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've listened to an approach of a state or a municipality, rather. Now let us listen to the view by Mr. Vidmantas Janulevičius, presenting Confederation of Lithuanian Industrialists. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to take part in the event with like-minded people. It's not that often that a meeting manages to gather different stakeholders sharing the same view. Thanks to this shared view, we managed to achieve the said breakthrough over the past 5 to 7 years. I know that we are pressed for time, so I will begin from some historical remarks. Let me give you some information in my slides on the natural gas prices, because we have seemingly forgotten about the energy crisis that we have recently faced. Yesterday was a milestone. We managed to export electricity, green electricity, by the way, to Sweden. This was an impressive figure that we managed to see yesterday. Over a very short period of time, starting from the decommissioning of our nuclear power plant and from being the larger electricity exporter, becoming the largest electricity importer next to Luxembourg. So this is the current result. I believe we're finally reaching our energy security goal. As of February 2021, we halted all imports of Russian gas, and that's the result that we have achieved since then. Here you can see that, let's say, the natural gas price in Germany, and I believe looking through the industrial perspective is very important for us to assess. So in 2022, the natural gas prices in Germany were two and a half times lower compared to us. At that time, natural gas accounted for 8.5% of our GDP. The columns represent the year 2019, and the green field represents the second quarter of 2022. And I believe some of you may also recall a moment not so recent past when at one point the price for electricity from 4 to 5 p.m. was €4. So irrespective of the high prices that existed, we managed to achieve those records. Our electricity exports have been growing because China was blocked, because certain supply chains were broken, but we paid the price for that. And we had to deal with a certain demise of our industry. In 2023, our exports reduced to 11%. I really enjoyed the presentation by Mr. Niels Borg, because apparently what the EU needs is about 2 to 3 trillion euros invested in renewables, that is solar, wind energy and hydrogen, in order to make us fully climate neutral and avoid fuel imports. In 2023, the European Union imported fossil fuel estimated at 1.2 trillion euros, Fortunately, more than 50% of those sources came from the countries that are friendly to us, mainly the US and Norway. However, the other European funds, they reached not so hostile countries, including Russia. So perhaps we could invest more in the balancing mechanisms so that one investment into renewable energy could make sure that we have the cheapest price for electricity. I would also like to go through the electricity prices from 2023 versus 2019. You can see the average electricity prices back in 2019. Back then, Lithuania was in the top 3 of the countries where the electricity prices were the highest, because we couldn't generate our own electricity. Because if we compare ourselves with other countries, we can see that our suppliers could not keep up with the contracts and they had to terminate them. The fines that were envisaged in those contracts, they were equal to the prices for 1 month. So if we manage to produce electricity ourselves, then we manage to keep the added value within our territories. In 2022, the energy resources that we managed to import, they were estimated at 7 billion euros. 2/3, fortunately, of those energy supplies came from the friendly countries that I have said. But this was equal to 12% of our growing GDP. So, based on that, can we keep up and move forward? Well, I believe we will do just that. We will continue investing. And bearing in mind yesterday's milestone, where the price for electricity stood at 0 euro cents to our suppliers, I believe that was a major breakthrough. We just have to make sure that the income for our suppliers remains stable. With the lowest CO2 emissions, I believe Lithuania can continue producing products with the cheapest electricity available, and we can become leaders in the public sector across the EU. So I believe this could definitely be a reality. I will try to skip some of my slides. You can see how much our industry is sensitive to the natural gas prices. Here you can see the average prices, but as you can see, Madam Vice Minister, at one point expensive prices were not so bad because some of the sectors managed to save some electricity. So apparently we tend to waste some of the electricity, and this should be the starting point for some critical thinking. As I have always said, 50% of electricity should be generated by ourselves, and I hope that we will reach this target very soon. But we should not forget that we need to be able to ensure the necessary balancing in the market. If our GDP has been growing over the past few years, we have to bear that in mind, that our savings plans also correlate with certain costs for our companies. Well, I could comment, I believe, the growth of the industry has been taken into account. So those indicators have been taken into account in our measurements and our assessments. Because if we do not reduce, if we do not increase energy efficiency, we will be wasting energy as well. Well, I'm just trying to say that reducing our dependence on fossil fuels is inevitable, but there are also some of our chemicals factories that are going to find it difficult to achieve certain energy efficiency targets. From the Baltic states, Lithuania is in the lead in terms of industry production. The Confederation of Lithuanian Industrialists represents companies that contribute by 83% of Lithuania's exports. Investing 140 million euros every year is quite a lot, but this is what the EU requires in order to save its consumers from the outcomes of the energy crisis caused by Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Last year, 800 billion euros were spent by all European member states. So that's simple, pure math. Well, I wouldn't want to take much of your time, but as for the future, we see that there's a lot of potential with the new installed capacities. I would just like to end with this slide. And so far, we are lagging behind China. We are drafting the carbon border adjustment mechanism that should balance out the unevenness between the member states. However, China's subsidies threatens many member states. At one point, we weren't able to ensure the production of chips. At another point, we had some issues related to offshore wind energy development. So what should we expect in the future? Because China is supporting its energy sector through direct subsidies. So we have to likewise think of the ways how to make energy production cheaper. So, coming back to the issue of China, certain investigations related to Chinese subsidies are now underway in some European countries. but we have to be as close to the supplies as possible. So we have to have reliable sources, because there are some materials that aren't available to the European Union. So we have to have certain positions with regard to some not so democratic countries. China dominates in the processing of primary metals. So I believe that the EU should look into that, because this is the industry that creates many jobs and that has great potential. But if we reduce our dependence on Russian materials and move to those brought in by China, I will believe that this will take us nowhere. Six groups of products, including steel, fertilizer, cement, hydrogen. I think I'm missing some of them. So these products will be affected by certain requirements. So I believe we shouldn't be afraid of the high prices. The cheaper the price for electricity is, the better it will be for our residents and for our industries, and certainly the investors will have to wait for the return of their investments. Thank you.
Thank you for this extensive presentation. Well, actually, it is difficult for me to understand all those sums of money that you mentioned, but I understand that we're all interconnected, so that energy is interrelated with industry, and this is interrelated with the populational welfare. And we certainly want to have more clean energy, more efficiency. And the last presentation of today is made by Laura Lukoševičienė, head of the Housing Policy Group at the Ministry of the Environment of the Republic of Lithuania. She will speak about the building sector and the savings there. We have recently conducted the parliamentary control there, and we can see the overview in this sector. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we discuss the Green Deal and the targets for Lithuania in terms of energy efficiency in building sector. I will overview the current situation, the current building stock, what are our plans and possibilities, the economic criteria that promote Lithuania on its ambitions, goals, and why it is important to accelerate the renovation projects of multi-apartment buildings. According to energy performance directives, the government approved a long-term renovation strategy with its main goal of transforming the current buildings so that by 2050 they become energy efficient buildings with the possibility to becoming net zero buildings, independent of fossil fuels and according to the universal design. When we speak about the building stock, we have in mind nearly 660,000 buildings of different purpose, where 85% of those buildings that were built before 1992. This means that 41,000 buildings are multi-apartment buildings that need renovation, restructuring, because different utility and engineering systems have already been outdated, and this requires transformation. If we want to achieve the goals by 2050, Lithuania seeks to reduce the consumption of annual energy and reduce the consumption of primary energy and reduce CO2 emissions. If you see those results, the strategy was formulated in the way that more than 1,000 of buildings would be renovated per year, and this would need 60 billion euros of investment. What is the context and why it is important in the long-term period to set these tasks, goals, and envisage the measures? A complex geopolitical situation, unstable energy prices, new requirements for energy performance of buildings, and also the implementation of the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package, recommendations from the European Commission, the EU Fund Investment Program requirements for 21-27, which envisage high energy efficiency, development of financial mechanisms, mobilization of financial institutions. There's also a limited budget of the state in providing support for the renovation and announcing the calls for the renovation of buildings. In drafting the strategy, a study was conducted which showed that the greatest economic return, or the difference between the benefit and investment, is established at 45-55% of energy savings mode. It means that buildings should be renovated to achieve the energy efficiency class A or B. Considering the position of Lithuania in terms of renovated multi-apartment buildings, Birštonas, Palanga, Druskininkai, Ignalina, and Jonava district municipalities would be the leaders. The big municipalities are lagging behind here. And this is basically due to clear reasons, because in big municipalities, buildings are much larger and the number of owners is much bigger, which also requires a unified decision on a renovation or non-renovation of a building. In its program, the government has set to renovate multi-apartment buildings in the amount of 1,000 per year. If you continue with the same rate, we could reach this goal in 2025. The current targets with the existing funding, I will explain the calls for energy efficiency A class of renovation of buildings is that we are waiting for new calls, and we might expect the calls for other energy efficiency classes. In addition to multi-apartment buildings and their renovation, we also renovate individual houses. Applications were made for around 2,000 of buildings. We renovate the buildings that belong to the Ministry of Environment. We also have the Ministry of Energy running the projects of public buildings from the funds of modernization funds. What is our future now? Future focus is a new and sustainable construction that will optimally improve the processes. It means that the components will be made of organic products. The public buildings will have to include 50% of ecological components. We also focus on serial panel renovation, which would accelerate the process of renovation. Up to our aim is 2 months. Estonia is implementing such projects now, and we are seeing this in Lithuania. And a recovery and resilience plan is very helpful here, where funds are allocated for the implementation of this. Currently, we have 8 pilot projects, including multi-apartment buildings and public buildings, and we hope to get a renewed methodology on how to implement the processes of mass renovation. In addition to that, support is also given to modernization, digitalization, where all the characteristics of the buildings through energy efficiency aspect would be stored. What are our future challenges and tasks? We need to further digitalize the processes, to review the processes of renovations and take decisions that would ensure shorter and swifter and more efficient renovation process. In June, we are planning the subsidy with a flat rate for renovation, depending on the energy performance class achieved with the renovation, and also the possibilities and benefits on the serial panel renovation. Elektrėnai municipality is also taking part in this, and we plan to prepare a handbook for municipalities to improve their processes. And this would focus not only on targeted buildings, but on the improvement of the entire infrastructure. I would like to say that the main aim that we have is to improve the process and to focus on 3 efficiency and sustainability dimensions: economic, social, and environment. We need to make measures be oriented towards the resilience of buildings, so that there's a mitigation of adverse effects on the buildings, and also implement the measures that would allow the inclusion of businesses into the processes, and also establish communities that are responsible for living in a quality buildings. Thank you, Laura. It was the last presentation of today. I think that we have discussed energy in a very wide sense. Thank you very much for your contribution in today's work. The tasks that I have outlined for myself, I've heard the requests. I cannot promise that this will be implemented because I'm not the only one who is responsible, and I think we need the feedback of other parties as well. I also heard that we are too rapid and too fast in changing legislation, and this becomes a limitation for businesses. And it is often unfavorable towards businesses, which creates additional stresses and unexpected. All the experts and representatives of the government who spoke today have the feeling that we are going towards an ambitious target. We need to discuss on certain issues and certain details to make our path more quick and more easy. Certainly, we see different visions on the part of the state authorities, NGOs, and businesses. This is very natural. And this is the task for politicians to look for golden solutions, so that by creating something new, we do not hinder something that we have, so that we can ensure energy resilience, competition, and energy efficiency. So my tasks are clear for me, and now the final words will be given by Jan Grais, how he sees our Lithuanian situation, the European context.
Could we also share the opinion of the audience?
From who?
If you have time, I have time. Yes.
Yes,
Prašau. Aš neklausiu, aš tokia, kaip čia yra nuomonė.
Well, I would like to share rather an opinion, I believe. Well, I often have the chance to take part in different seminars, and they usually deal with the renewables and the performance in that respect. And the second part of those events usually deals with energy efficiency. And very rarely do both of these things have some connection. We always want to make sure that multi-apartment buildings ensure energy efficiency and better energy performance, moving from class C to B upwards to A. The less energy they use, we believe, the less CO2 they will emit. But what should we do if green energy is being consumed, one that does not emit CO2 emissions? Well, for instance, quite recently we have renovated one multi-apartment building in Varomoji settlement. The building has a solar panel on the rooftop, a boiler, and uses 3 times more electricity, consumes 3 times more electricity than before the renovation. So in terms of energy efficiency, this is a bad example, but apparently the house emits 0 emissions. So it seems to be a 0 emissions building. Let me give you another example. A measuring center at the Kaunas Technological University uses the heat that produces to heat the building, and uses much more energy, although emits zero emission. And a few years ago, we've conducted a presentation here in the Seimas on what's best for renovation, and that should be insulation up to 5 centimeters. That would ensure zero CO2 emission, but greater energy efficiency. So these are just some of my remarks. So I believe my point is that we should find common ground between energy efficiency and renewable, because I believe from the economic point of view, it is much more efficient to use more renewables as opposed to reaching greater energy efficiency. Thank you very much. Some very good observations. Whenever we have boilers, they are used to substitute for fossil fuel. And so, in general, we reach energy efficiency in the long run. So, heating boilers is one way of reaching this end goal towards energy efficiency, and that's the kind of transition that we are currently supporting. I would just like to repeat myself, the less energy we consume, the less equipment needs to be installed. So we focus on several elements at once: renovation, renewables, energy efficiency. We sometimes get the wrong impression that we focus separately on renewables and energy efficiency. No, we're working towards the same goal at the same time. Thank you very much. Would there be any other observations or comments? Well, if not, then Jan, please, the floor is yours.
You share my heart. This all is about, as I said before, the two sides of the same coin. The long-term goal of your forest is 100% renewables, super high efficiency. And I think the big elephant in the room is systemic thinking, of course. You could not only optimize, you could not put 5 meters of insulation there and then burn it with coal. I mean, it's the right mix of things that makes things economic, that makes it useful, that makes it nice. Because, I mean, installing PV on the roof or windmills, if we use 5 times more energy, it's 5 times more steel, 5 times more material, 5 times more surface, you know. So I think, and that's the beauty what you see in Brussels, for example, that the efficiency communities, and I don't know if you, with your friends from in Europe and so on, they think more and more systemic. And the next step was what European Commission did with the Green Deal, Fit for 55, is try to integrate things much more. All these renewables directive, efficiency directive, buildings directive are much more interlinked than ever before. But it's for a political process nightmare, and you all know how difficult that is. So, well, I could talk for hours. But I wanted to say thanks a lot, and also probably to give you a bird's perspective a little bit more. It's now the 3rd time that we're here physically with this workshop, and a lot has changed and moved forward. Then we had COVID, then we had the Ukraine invasion and all the consequences. And I think many people have woken up that the energy transition is just the way we have to go. And I think if you say, some people say, hey, we should go slower. But yeah, we've seen now in the Putin energy crisis that suddenly the industries all over Europe say, why didn't we invest into stable renewables much more beforehand? So that our long-term expectation of cost is more reliable. And that's all the stuff that we all have to think about. So I'm very happy that things are moving very fast forward. It's just a matter how to bring people on board on efficiency, on renewables. And Niels, what you said was really amazing. That the communication to get people on board. Also, by the way, I don't know how the discussion is here in Lithuania. Now some extreme parts all over Europe say the Green Deal is killing the farmers' business. It's killing poor people and stuff like this. But of course, this is nonsense because this is new business for all of us. This is innovation, this is future market. And if you want to have an industrial base in Europe in the future, of course, you have to invest into that and you have to go into innovation. Some things are about protectionism, probably against China imports, carbon adjustment at the border, for example. But I think the biggest thing is innovation into systemic solutions, both efficiency and renewables in an integrated way. And I think we are on a very good track. And we cannot go fast enough, of course, but I mean, to change things, to reconnect grid, to refurbish buildings, that's a big, big thing. And last comment, content-wise, I always say you cannot export the renovation jobs to China, for example. So that we build these systems, this will not be done by Chinese workers in the end. This is a lot of jobs to implement the energy transition. I think in the end, we are still not there to skill up the people. And if I hear, for example, in Germany right now, the PV industry is leaving Germany at the moment. Meyer Burger is just leaving Germany. And for installers with these super cheap PV modules, it doesn't make sense anymore to build the PV on the roof because people don't want to pay the installment cost anymore. So it's crazy effects at the moment. But well, to be short, because we run over time a lot, the next years will be super interesting because we said with the last European election, parliament elections, that these 5 years were the first half of this decade. And we all know we have to solve climate crisis this decade. So now we get the second half of this decade with another 5 years of European Parliament. So I'm really, really curious to see what will be the next thing in European Parliament. Is it just about ramping up targets again, even more? Or is it about learning how, in an economically dynamic, innovation-driven way, we can implement the energy transition in Europe? I think, why don't we become the leaders in globalized markets on renewables and efficiency? Why don't we go for this? If Joe Biden can do that in the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act, I think Europe can do that as well. And they are waking up. Brussels is waking up heavily. I mean, I know what Franz Timmermans and Ursula von der Leyen did with the Green Deal, for example. This is, for the first time, not the thing for the environmentalists. No, this is the new growth principle for the European Union. This is a revolution. I think many have not really understood this, that this also means this is industrial policy. Not only environment or climate policy, this is industrial policy. And if we don't get this right, our way of living in every member state will be difficult. Germany, I'm from Germany, by the way, is losing its industrial base at the moment. And we're always complaining about ourselves, but I think we also have to wake up a lot. So, well, I should stop now. I would like to say a big, huge thank you, again, for you and the Parliament and the team, for everyone and all of you to come here to share this with us. I mean, for sure, you have many, many other similar meetings, but for us, this is incredibly valuable. I can only tell you, via the Zoom meeting and also via YouTube, several people in Brussels followed the event. We will bring back that knowledge, and please don't hesitate to give your good experience back to Brussels. Brussels is super hungry for that. Commission wrote me 10 emails today. Yeah, next time we will be there physically. This is so amazing. This feedback from the member state, what's going on, how they do it. I mean, we heard the examples from the cities, and Romuald has told us before about his community there. It's just amazing. That's the stories that people need to hear, that people down on the ground are motivated for. And by the way, for me, this also means we need to get people on board so that this mainstream of modernizing Europe becomes really the growth principle, and that this is the mainstream for the next European Parliament and the majority, and not for extremists to say, oh, let's not do this anymore. We stop any work on climate change. We don't need PV. We just need some nuclear reactors. We need to be friends with Putin. Let's give up Ukraine, and then everything will be fine. Sorry, that's not the way to go. And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy that our German troops are coming to Lithuania. In a friendly way this time, I have to say. So friends, I'll stop this now. Thanks a lot. We'll go back to Brussels today, and see you soon in a member state parliament, I would say, somewhere.
Ačiū Janui, ačiū Nilsui ir ačiū Rasai už organizavimą.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Niels. Thank you to Rasa and everyone for the organization efforts. Thank you to the interpreters and to all the participants who took part in this event and in the discussion. Thank you very much and enjoy your weekend.